Shout out to everybody in the
Into
building.
this massive room over here. All right, everyone.
Bandon Diddy Mansion, man. We in the building.
This huge hallway. And just look at this.
Shout out to everybody in the building. What's up?
Look at this cheetah carpet with the old red sofa. Looks like straight out like a Scarface movie. What do we have over here? Look how luxurious this place is.
Shout out to everybody in the building. What's up, y'all?
But it looks like so nice. This is awesome. Look at this bathroom. How incredible is this bathroom?
We most definitely in here.
Full tub, toilet. This place is 1,000,000% untouched. This is the nicest place I've ever been. This is another back corner bedroom right here.
Diddy abandoned mansion.
Some trash and some of the old lamp fixtures left behind. Pretty cool carpet in here though. This little border. It's definitely outdated, but still looks pretty cool.
Y'all know I gotta get it just right. Hold on.
All right, so I wasn't not really sure what that was. This is a back room, and this back room is absolutely awesome. Look, there's still some carpet getting like ripped up.
Hey man.
Just an old table. So this is the master bedroom because here's the closet right here. Huge walk-in closets. Whoa. Look at this bathroom.
Shout out to everybody in the building as I try to get this right.
Look at this jacuzzi.
Look at that bathroom, man. There's mirrors everywhere.
You can tell it's old,
what you think was going on in there?
Sick. Over here is a full shower. Oh my God. Guys, this is 100% the nicest mansion I've ever explored. This is so sick. Look at this room in here. This is amazing. This is my first explore, like I'm really enjoying it.
Shout out to everybody in there,
I love
man.
exploring anything, but you guys know there's just something about mansions that are left behind. And such luxurious ones like this, you just don't come across them, so it's so sick to be here right now.
It's crazy, man. You know what I'm saying? Abandoned Diddy Mansion, man. You know what I'm saying? I go to that room we seen the other day. That's crazy, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Big bathroom, mirrors everywhere. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Good morning. What's up, Gillian? What's up, Scope Dick? What's up, Bree? You know what I'm saying? What's up, Jazz? What's up, Danielle? Yeah, we most definitely in here. Watch yourself. Boy, what is you talking about, Angel? You almost got put up out of here, Doc. You almost got put up out of here.
About to walk down this huge hallway.
What's up, Shano? Once again, this is
an
abandoned Diddy Mansion.
Cheetah carpet.
Cheetah carpet.
Look at this cheetah carpet with the old red sofa.
That's that room.
Looks like straight out like a Scarface movie. What do we have over here? Look how luxurious this place is. This is just another bedroom.
Diddy in the mirrors.
This one definitely looks small.
Yeah, real talk. Diddy with the mirrors. Y'all already know.
Nice. This is awesome.
Okay, I got you.
Look at this bathroom. How incredible is this bathroom? Full tub, toilet. This place is 1,000,000% untouched. This is the nicest place I've ever been. This is another back corner bedroom right here. Some trash and some of the old lamp fixtures left behind.
Yeah, y'all know Dunn took the stage today.
It's definitely outdated, but
you know what I'm saying? She took the stand. Cool. One of Cassie's friends took the stand as well. I also found something that we missed, man. We got to talk about Tootsie Roll Diddy, man. You know what I'm saying? Old Tootsie Pop. Let's go. Right, Continue to double tap that screen. Get them lights up.
This is a back room. And this back room is absolutely awesome. Look, there's still some carpet getting like ripped up. just an old table. So this is the master bedroom because here's the closet right here. Huge walk-in
Crazy,
closet.
y'all. Big boy crib. Now go to mirrors.
Look at this bathroom. Oh my God, this
Look
is
at the
a
mirrors.
jackpot.
Mirrors everywhere.
Look at this jacuzzi. All mirrors, you can tell it's old, but it still looks so sick. Over here is a full shower. Oh my God. Guys,
What's
this
up,
is 100% the nicest mansion I've ever explored. This is so sick. Look at this room in here. This is amazing. This is my first explore, like I'm really enjoying, like in a little bit. I love exploring anything, but you guys know there's just something about mansions that are left behind.
Ottawa,
Such
what's the
luxurious
deal?
ones like this, you just don't come across them, so it's so sick to be here right now.
Crazy, huh, y'all? That's stove right there. That's stove. Big boy crib. Diddy's abandoned mansion, y'all. Cheetah carpets. Ceilings too big to put that you can't even jump up and touch. Mirrored bathroom, that's the craziest part right there. Look at that restroom, y'all. Mirrors everywhere, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, we know what Diddy like to do with them mirrors, man. Ain't no telling what happened inside those bathrooms, man. Double tap that screen, most definitely get them lights up.
Into this massive room over here.
Aight. There was a look inside Diddy's abandoned mansion, man. You know what I'm saying? I also heard that Prince's name came up. I heard that Usher's name came up. I heard that Justin Bieber had something to say. You know what I'm talking about? Man, it was a lot going on. I also heard DJ Academics saying this about Cassie testimony. Let's go.
But we do kind of find out that the intercontinental freak-off was Cassie's idea. Cassie literally says, I want to freak off so bad. When she was asked about this in her direct, she made it seem I gave him a freak off that he didn't ruin my premiere.
What's up, Cupcake?
She was describing Diddy as
what's
some
the
monster
deal?
that you had to make happy that he wouldn't ruin your life or he wouldn't ruin any opportunities that you had. But we're seeing it might be
talking about Cassie.
Look like she wanted to do the freak off, and he would try to figure out, okay, let's figure out where you could go to your premiere, get enough sleep for that, and we could still get at least, you know what I mean? They're calling 9-hour freak off. They said that was a short freak off.
9 hours.
Christ. Well, they used to tip the people in the hotels.
That most definitely ain't short when you end up doing all that work.
Disgusting. Astroglide, lube, baby oil, plugs, fecal matter. And this shit was nasty. The Fruit Jams in the chat. What up?
Absolutely.
But we do kind of find out that the intercontinental freak-off was Cassie.
He was saying the intercontinental freak-off could have possibly been Cassie's idea based off the testimony. What y'all think about that, man? You know what I'm saying? A little breaking weather real quick. Hold on, man. You know what I'm saying? They tell me it was going down in St. Louis with these tornadoes. Check this out. Lord, have mercy, Jesus. This is St. Louis. That's crazy, ain't it, y'all? Boy, Mother Nature is something else. Boy, look at that wind. Double tap that screen, get the lights up. Yeah, most definitely wouldn't want to get caught up in that, man. Yeah, as we pregame, man, double tap that screen, get them likes all the way up, man. What is we doing? Jaguar Wright is spoken. Let's see what she talking about.
So nasty, his own children had to walk out the room. And by the way, for everyone reporting on that ain't news. How about that? For everybody that wanted to say breaking news, And every last one of y'all who sat there and spent more time talking about how the girls, whose mother is no longer here,
Kim
these brothers
Porter.
are all caught compromising
Lord, this
situations
Jaguar,
because of their father.
she on it.
Anybody who thought that that was news, I was there in the courthouse and I saw Diddy's kids run out because of this and because of that. You're a piece of shit.
Lord, how mercy.
That's not news.
Jag say that's not news.
It's not even gossip. It is the most disgusting and most duplicitous and narcissistic clout chase I have ever seen in my life.
What y'all think about what Jag's saying? Double tap that screen, get the likes up.
I saw them when they ran out. They were listening to the testimony and they ran out. I bet they did run out. That's their damn daddy. I said it on the blue couch just a couple of years ago. I feel bad talking about these kids' parents, but their daddy is the devil.
Lord, not the devil. Not the devil, Lord Jesus. Let's go, Jag.
And everybody all desperate to get Alex Fine on camera. You wasn't worried about getting him on camera 4 months ago. Why are you worried about it now? Keep the same energy you had. Why are y'all trying to make a spectacle out of these people's pain?
Lord.
Unless you're working the Willie Lynch agenda.
Oh,
So
my.
nasty, his own children had to walk.
Oh, my. Jag with some powerful words, Miss D.
And by the way,
Lord, have
for
mercy.
everyone reporting on that, that ain't news.
One more
How about
time
that?
for the people in the back, Jag.
Everybody that wanted to say breaking news, and every last one of y'all who sat there and spent more time talking about how the girls, whose mother is no longer here,
What's up,
brothers
Leisha?
are all caught in compromising situations because of their father. Anybody who thought that that was news, I was there in
Double
the
tap that
courthouse,
screen, get the
and
likes
I
up, get the
saw
likes
Diddy's
up.
kids run out because of this and because of that. You're a piece of shit.
Oh,
That's not news. That's not news.
what is it,
It's
then,
not even
Jag?
gossip.
What is it?
It is the most disgusting and most
Disgusting.
duplicitous and narcissistic clout chase I have ever seen in my life.
Say they clout chasing, y'all. She say they clout chasing.
Shame on
Double
every last
tap
one
that
of you
screen.
sitting there talking about, oh my God, I saw them when they ran out. They were listening to the testimony and they ran out. I bet they did run out.
But they say they wasn't running,
That's
though,
their damn
Jag.
daddy. I said it on the blue couch just a couple of years ago. I feel bad talking about these kids' parents, but their daddy is the devil.
Shoot. The devil is strong, man. That is a strong word. Not a demon. You know what I'm saying? Not evil, but the devil himself. Lord, have mercy.
How dare you highlight that? And everybody all desperate to get Alex Fine on camera. You wasn't worried about getting him on camera 4 months ago. Why are you worried about it now?
All right, so that's Cassie husband.
Keep the same energy you had. Why are y'all trying to make a spectacle out of these people's pain? Unless you're working the Willie Lynch agenda. It's so nasty, his own children
All right.
had to walk out.
All right, she has some strong words. Old Jaguar, you know, she's very vocal. She don't hold back nothing. She most definitely, has some strong words regarding that whole situation. With people basically talking about their kids, man. That's crazy. Here go Chopper. Chopper from Making the Band. Since Making the Band is coming out full force, talking about their situations, we got Chopper, you know what I'm saying, who basically spoke on some of this Diddy stuff. Check this out.
What's the craziest thing you seen Diddy do with his money? That you were like, damn, like, bro.
Yeah, that go Chop. Y'all remember Chop?
Like,
Spent $1 million in one day and couldn't give me what the fuck you owe me.
Lord, have mercy.
That's tough. What he spend it on?
J-Lo.
Blew $1 million in one day on J-Lo, says Chopper. You know what I'm saying? Diddy was throwing that cash around, allegedly.
Cassie.
That, man,
Spent $1 million on Cassie as well.
being in the music industry is
A white woman in London when we was out there.
Some random woman in London. Man, double tap that screen. Get them likes up. We should be at 100 by now. It's easy. Click the 3 dots, hit the thumbs up, get the likes up, man. We just started the show. We got a lot of show to go.
$1 million fucking dollars. And he wants you to be around and see that he can do it with no problem. But can't give you what you asked him for, which is pennies on the dollar. And I realized Diddy don't give a fuck about it.
Old Chopper, Young City, man. You know what I'm saying? He had a lot to say, man, regarding Diddy. Y'all know Dunn took the stage today, man. She most definitely took the stand once again to finish her previous testimony, you know, that she had started the other day, man. And we're about to get right to it, man. We're about to get right to it. You know what I'm saying? How many likes we got? Get the likes up, man. You got to get the likes up. Oh, yeah, another thing that was revealed today. The escorts, guys, you know what I'm saying? The male workers were identified today. You know what I'm saying? I think the defense team put all their pictures out, you know, of all the workers who participated, you know, with the male workers anyway that participated with the freakoffs with Diddy and Cassie, man. Shout out to the actual Kurt. He said why he looked like the son of Birdman. Man, I don't know. But shout out to you for that $2, man. They dropped the pictures. Hold up. Here goes some more of them right here, man. These are the Freakoff guys, man. These are the guys that were in the Freakoffs with Diddy and them, man. They dropped the pictures. They didn't give names. They gave a couple names. There go Jules. The rest of them say unidentified, man. I don't know who they are. You know what I'm talking about? But this is a guy right here as well. Most definitely one of the Freakoff participants. These are all Freakoff participants right here. The defense put the pictures out. Said we gonna put them on blast. And as you can see, man, they most definitely put them on blast, man. All the guys from the Freakoff right there, man. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. I thought that was a lineup. It is. It's a Freakoff lineup. There goes Jonathan Oddie right there. Some dude named Brian. We got Ash. Let's see if we got some more names. We got Tony. We got Greg. We got Johnny. You know what I'm saying? And Jake. You know, and Jules is a couple of unidentified dudes. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy, y'all. Unidentified. This is crazy, man. You know, these are all the people that are associated with the Diddy Freakoff, man. The male escort workers. That's who they are. Man, there was even reports today that came out about no other than Usher, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Being present while Diddy was putting hands on Cassie. At least that's what Dunn alleges. Dunn. Dunn says that this happened in front of a bunch of influential people. It says Dunn Richard testifies Usher and others were present when Diddy allegedly punched Cassie in the stomach, guys. Said that they was all there. Everybody in the building. They ain't said nothing. They ain't witnesses. They ain't defense. They ain't none of that, man. I said, wow. You know what I'm talking about? It's crazy. Dunn got heckled today as she was leaving the courtroom. Some reporter was running up on her, y'all, saying, hey, what size is Diddy's? You know the rest, man. It's crazy. Check this out.
Have a good day.
Yeah, how big is Diddy?
How big is Diddy's? Oh, yeah, man, tripping. She asked how big was Diddy's piece, and then it said, I want to get my butt kicked for $10 million. Lord, these people is off the chain. That's done right there.
I want to get my ass kicked for $10 million.
Yeah, she want to get her butt kicked for $10 million. That's what she said.
You have freedom of speech.
Then start asking about freedom of speech, y'all.
Have a good day.
Yeah, how big is Diddy's?
Whoa, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, man, they was going off out there.
Monetization. You're going too far. Yeah,
I want to get my ass kicked for $10 million.
Man, hold up.
I want to get my ass kicked.
Whoa. She want to get there, man. They was giving Dunn a hard time outside that courtroom, man. So I want to get my butt kicked for $10 million. What she said? That's what she said, man. That's exactly what she said. Let's take time to get those likes up. Double tap that screen, man. That's all you gotta do is click the 3 dots, hit the thumbs up, man. This is everything news, man. Yeah, man, it's crazy. All right, I wanna bounce over here, y'all. You know what I'm saying? I wanna bounce over here. Hold up. Let me pull it up real quick. Y'all know I gotta do this one. Oh man, you know, we gotta get to my funny people. We gotta get to my funny people. You know what I'm saying? Let's blow them up. We gotta get to my funny people. Check this out. You know what I'm saying? This is cartoon, night and day cartoon animation of what took place as far as the Diddy trial, as well as like people like Boosie, 50 Cent, you know, speaking on what's going on in the Diddy trial. Man, it is too funny. Check this out.
Combs has been accused of assaulting a woman with his Tootsie Roll-sized Johnson in a bombshell.
Not the Tootsie Roll. Did y'all hear him? He said with the Tootsie Roll size. Lord, have mercy. Y'all know that Cassie coined that term on Diddy, talking about a Tootsie Roll. We finna get to it.
His Tootsie Roll-sized Johnson in a bombshell new lawsuit. The woman, identified as Jane Doe, claimed she met Bad Boys Records founder in May of 2001 and hung out with him several times at nightclubs, a restaurant, and his New York recording studio, according to TMZ. She claims nothing inappropriate occurred until that July, when Combs took her back to his apartment.
Hey, if you just now entering the building, make sure you subscribe to the channel and most definitely double tap that screen, y'all. We need 30 more to be at 100. We need 30 more likes. That means we need 30 more y'all to click those 3 dots and hit that thumbs up. Not on my watch. This is too funny.
After a night at the club and locked her in his bedroom. The music mogul allegedly pushed her onto the bed, put his hand around her throat and said, "I'm going to suck the life out of you."
Oh, wow.
The woman claims that Combs, who was now 55 years old, released his grip and unbuckled his pants and revealed his Johnson, which appeared to be the length and girth of a large-sized Tootsie Roll.
Not the Tootsie Roll. Lord, have mercy.
She said in a lawsuit that she was relieved by the alleged size, claiming she knew intercourse would not hurt because he lacked the length and the girth. She said he had an itty-bitty ditty.
Itty-bitty ditty.
Now, y'all know damn well these Jane Does is getting out of control. Now, they ain't only going after my legacy, daddy. Now they're attacking my manhood. Talking about something, I look like a Tootsie Roll. What in the hell? I don't know what's going on out here, but like I told y'all before, they try and set me up. You know what I'm saying, daddy? And I ain't gonna let them do that. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna let them do that. Because, you know, I'm brother love. I'm the embodiment of love. You know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, daddy, that's what wins. Love always wins at the end of the day.
Even rapper 50 Cent chimed in on Jane Doe's sexual allegations.
Boy, this is crazy, y'all.
Diddy, Tootsie Roll Combs.
Not
Tootsie Roll.
Keep on calling them Tootsie Roll Combs. Lord, have mercy, man. Look at 50, man. They is going crazy with these animations, man. I promise they is. All right, let's go.
Tootsie Roll. Tootsie Roll to the left, to the left, to the right, to the right, to the front, to the front, to the back. Now slide, baby, slide. That's why Diddy was in the corner stroking that little Tootsie Roll while Cassie was getting dug out.
Lord have mercy, man. They is too much, man. Hold on.
Diddy, Tootsie Roll
We gotta run that back.
Tootsie Roll. Tootsie Roll. Tootsie Roll to the left, to the left, to the right, to the right, to the front, to the front, to the back, to the back. Now slide, baby, slide. That's why Diddy was in the corner stroking that little Tootsie Roll while Cassie was getting dug out.
That little Tootsie Roll. Lord have mercy, y'all.
I see 50 still out here on this bull-ish, hating and trolling. You know what I'm saying?
He say he
It's
hating
all
and
good,
trolling.
Daddy. You know what I mean? I'm gonna be out soon. And I'm gonna be right back on top. You know what I'm saying? I thought I told you that we won't stop.
Man, make sure you take time to subscribe to the channel, man. We on the road to 26K. We need all the subscribers we can get. I most definitely need y'all to double tap that screen. Get them likes up, man. If you're on any other kind of device, click the 3 dots, hit the thumbs up. Man, these boys is too much, man. We got pics of Diddy, man. You know what I'm saying? Basically, breaking it down.
Hey, baby, you know you love me. You know what I mean? You love your big brother Diddy. You know what I mean? You still dwelling on the fact that I wanted to take you shopping that day. Well, of course I wanted to take you shopping. You know what I'm saying? You needed to update your style. You know what I'm saying? You need to listen to your big brother instead of trolling all the time. You know what I'm saying, Daddy? Yeah. Take that.
Take that. Let's go.
Even rapper Boosie Badazz got into the mix, adding his 2 cents about the itty bitty ditty Tootsie Roll Combs trial.
Lord,
Cassie.
tell me they don't look just like him, man. Boy, they is off the chain, man. They is off the chain. Let's go, man.
And her husband masterminded this whole takedown of Biddy and his money, dog. I think her husband had been trying to get her to do this
Got
for years
Boosie in
now.
the mix.
He been trying to get her to do this for years to Diddy, but she didn't want to do it because she knew what would come out. Then as a couple, y'all become broke. Now the plot becomes realer by the month. I think the last straw was the Diddy and the Carisha relationship. When she saw Carisha with that sign, supporting her men at their wards,
Lord have mercy.
That did it, dog. I mean, a woman scorned is a dangerous, evil motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
Lord, Boosie.
I know exactly what you're saying, Daddy. For real. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad that you see it that way, Boosie. A lot of other people don't see it that way. And, you know, a lot of
we need 10 more likes, man. 10 more likes.
Are coming out of nowhere trying to get revenge because they ain't never make it in the industry.
What's up, AJ?
I mean, I feel Diddy and Jared are basically doing what every other famous entertainer has done. Yeah, I mean, flew chicks out for threesomes and Diddy just got freakier. I mean, just think about it. We actually gonna call women prostitutes who fly in willingly to be with their partners for sex. If that's the case, and you've been flowed out, and you had sex with your partner, then I guess you should be labeled a prostitute then. And if that's the case, then 80% of the women that's listening to this right now that have been flowed out by their partners have been trafficked. But man, when you're a celebrity, you gotta fly them out. Cause how else you gonna get it? I mean, you never in one place.
Let's go, Boosie.
You know, being a celebrity. So that you gotta fly them out. So that video I saw, it pissed me off, man.
Double tap that screen.
Boosie, tell them. You know what I'm saying, Daddy? You know what I mean? So y'all need to listen to Boosie. Boosie over there making sense. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he seen it for what it is. I ain't never trafficked no one. You know what I'm saying? And I never racketeered nothing. So I'm going to keep saying the same things over and over again. And Boosie, baby. You know what I mean? When I get out of here, I'm taking you up to the top with me. Because you know I'm going to go back to the top. You know what I mean? This brother love. There's only one place for me to go. You know what I'm saying? And Boosie, baby. I'm taking you with me, Daddy. For real. You wearing yay.
Cause Diddy really got a problem.
Let's go.
But facing life in prison for doing basically what so many other entertainers has done, man, I don't agree with that, dog. Yeah, I don't know about that, man. I mean, I don't see no crimes committed in this case. So this is
Boosie say he don't see no crimes committed. Boy, I swear they got him right on point. If that don't look like Boosie, I don't know what to do.
This is in no way a RICO charge. You shouldn't be sent to jail for being a freak. Yeah, I mean, who goes to jail for being a freak? This is a case of two freaks in a relationship having ups and downs.
Hey man,
For real, man.
Make sure you take time to hit that subscribe button, man. We on the road to 26K. Most definitely subscribe to the channel, man. Double tap that screen, get them likes up, man. Like the content. What we doing?
Anyone who thinks he should be given a life sentence is sick.
Go Boosie, go Boosie, go Boosie, go Boosie, go. You know what I'm saying, Daddy? You know what I mean? You tell it how it is while they tell it how it might be. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, the government never arrested Hugh Hefner for his freak-offs. For real, man. And he had 18-year-old little girls living with him.
You hear him? He say the government never arrested Hugh Hefner for his freak-offs. You know what I'm saying? He had several 18-year-old girls living with him. Okay, Boosie, let's go.
I mean, the government never arrested
Leandros, what is
Hugh
they
Hefner
doing?
for his freak-offs. For real, man. And he had 18-year-old little girls living with him, drugging them and all. Only thing I see really is a domestic violence charge for Diddy, but I don't really see no more than that.
They is too much, man. They is too much. I'm telling you, man. They is too much, man. It is really, you know what I'm saying? Most definitely crazy, man. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. You know what I'm saying? We most definitely on point. What's up, y'all? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody in the building, man. It is crazy, y'all. It is most definitely crazy. Hold on real quick. I gotta fix something. If I don't fix it, it's gonna bug me. Hold on, y'all. That's crazy, though. Hold up. Let me fix this, because if I don't, it's going to bug me. I got to most definitely take care of it. Hold up. Hold up. I'm coming back. Yeah, I ain't went nowhere. Yeah, it was going to bug me if I ain't fix it. Let's get it right, though. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Hey, y'all. Say, y'all. It's a lot going on in this here case, man. Like I said, I just found out about the Tootsie Roll thing, and I was like, man, what? So Cassie, you know, basically has started this rumor regarding Diddy, you know, calling him, you know, Tootsie Roll in so many words. You know what I'm saying? I can't make this up. That's what they saying. They talking about the size of the equipment. For some reason, man. And it's been everywhere. What's up, sister? Shout out to you. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Make sure y'all double tap that screen. This is crazy. All right. So when I'm talking about this Tootsie Roll situation, who better than somebody who gets on Diddy's top every time they hear something? And she went throughout a whole show. We gonna get just a little bitty taste of that. Then we gonna move on to Dunn. But I most definitely wanted to go back and touch on this situation because I thought it was too funny. You know, you heard it mentioned in the animated series where Boosie and them was talking, you know, talking in 50 with the Tootsie Roll. Tootsie Roll. Let's find out where it came from, man. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. It is crazy, y'all. Look, y'all know who gonna get on it. You know what I'm saying? Y'all already know who gonna give him the business about Cassie talking about a Tootsie Roll. But let's go. Nancy Grace in the building. We most definitely exercised the Fair Use Act of 1976, man. You know what I'm talking about? This is crazy, man. Shout out to y'all. Let's get right to it. Double tap that screen, get the lights up, subscribe if you new. We need as many subscribers as we can get. We on the road to 26K, so everybody subscribe. Let's go.
I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. Thank you for being with us.
Black eyes, fat lips, mouth sores, many UTIs. She was expected to go through with these freak-offs, and I think many of us watching.
Shout out to La Lizzie for being a member for the last 8 months.
Justice for Cassie, Nancy.
Joining us at the courthouse, having sat through testimony all day, investigative reporter, co-host, Pop Crime TV, Lauren Conlon. Lauren, thank you for being with us. I cannot believe, Lauren Conlon, that one of the questions that was solicited, testimony from Cassie on cross-exam, was where Sean Combs, Diddy, actually claims that hotel beatdown of Cassie Ventura.
What's up, y'all? Shout out to everybody in the building.
That's their takeaway from him beating her to an inch of her life. That, hey, didn't you know this is going to ruin his career?
But let me say this. This is what starts it out, because Diddy's, like I've been saying, Diddy's team doesn't shy away from the allegation of some domestic violence going on. They shy away from a racketeering charge and any other thing that could be associated, with racketeering, being caught in traffic, all of this and all that. They trying to downplay that. They said they'll plead to some domestic violence, but they not pleading to none of that other stuff. Shout out to Yana for being a member for the last 8 months. She say we in this yeah, so let's go.
Seriously?
Yes, the defense kind of honed in on the fact of her lawsuit as well, her 2023 lawsuit. They asked her on the stand, well, what do you think happened to Sean Combs' career after you filed this lawsuit? There were some objections, but initially Cassie had to testify that, yeah, it didn't help. But that was a pretty incredible moment, Nancy.
Whoa. You mean the state did not stand up that moment and object? They let her start answering? What's wrong with them?
Well, they objected, and then the defense had to rephrase the question a few times. And it seems like that's happening a lot here. It's state of mind versus truth. That seems to be the theme. So there are a lot of objections, a lot of sidebars over this evidence, specifically the evidence of text messages and emails.
Oh, my stars. In just a moment, I'm going to go to high-profile lawyer Greg Morse, because if you want to be a trial lawyer, you've got to be like a gunslinger in the Wild West and have split-second timing, because you have to object the minute that question comes out of the other side's mouth before your witness
can answer. Itty bitty ditty. Let's go.
Let the answer start and let the question
What's up with it, Mr. Hudson?
Jury. No. Oh, they're slow on the draw. Okay, give me the highlights of what's happening with Cassie Ventura on the stand.
Yes, Cassie Ventura, during cross-examination, I feel like the defense is being gentle. She's being
So let me ask y'all this. How do y'all feel like Cassie did with her testimony? Did it help the state? Or did it help Diddy? Me personally, I think it helped Diddy. But we gonna get to Dunn here in a second. Like I said, Nancy was on the road with this Tootsie Roll Diddy. I just wanted y'all to hear it. But let's go.
Examined by one of Diddy's attorneys, Anna Estevella. And when I say that she's being gentle, they actually are sharing a few laughs on the stand when Cassie saw a 2007 email that she wrote Diddy. But essentially what we're seeing are emails of Cassie saying that she would do a freak off at any point with him. And these emails are coming in.
Said that Cassie said she would do a freak off at any moment with Diddy. This is after the breakup, y'all.
About 2.5 years after their relationship. There's also talk about how she would, quote, travel anywhere for him, do anything for him. Again, about 2 years into their relationship, when she testified during direct that she was being abused during this time and she didn't want to do freak offs. Additionally, during direct, she testified that she would be forced to do these.
Shout out to Belinda for that 5. Appreciate you. She say, hello, Mahel and chat and mods. Please hit that like button. Most definitely.
Freakoffs during her period. Well, the defense showed us text messages today about Diddy asking her about when her period was for the purpose of FO planning. Additionally, they are showing pictures of Cassie texting Diddy getting off jets after an FO weekend, saying I had a great time.
Hold on, back it up just a minute. Lauren Collins joining me from the courthouse. So there were texts shown to the jury where Sean Combs, defendant Sean Combs, asked Cassie about
I need a Cassie in my life.
As it relates to planning.
That's what Fly Rebel say.
At any point,
Fly Rebel, you sure that she'll have you in the courtroom and you don't want to give her no money.
In those texts, did Sean Combs, say, oh, okay, we won't have a freak off that week? Did that happen?
He did not say no.
And listen to this. And why do y'all think, like I've heard people say this, but I'm not for sure. Do y'all think that this could have been some kind of blood ritual when Cassie would perform these freak-offs with Diddy or for Diddy on her cycle, ladies? Let me know. Could it be some form of witchcraft? I don't know, because I heard people throw that out. You know me, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I don't believe in none of that junk. You know, but at the end of the day, I have heard people throw out that there could be some kind of blood ritual. I'm just asking, what y'all think, man? What y'all think?
No, we won't have a freak off, but Cassie's response was that she was going to miss her period that month.
I see some people saying yes.
Okay,
somebody said a
I'm curious about
humiliation
what the
ritual. It
state's
could
going
have
to do
been
with that,
okay.
because they left it hanging.
I'm on some
He's not
break, man. My
offering
niece got
not
up
to have a
today.
freak off during
Let's
her
go,
period.
Beatrice.
How do I know he didn't plan the freak off specifically because she was having a period? I don't know. After all I've heard,
Let's go,
that's
Nancy.
possible. Okay, back to you, Lauren. What else happened?
So I want to tell you also what seems to be relevant for the defense, or what they're trying to prove, is Sean Combs' alleged opioid addiction. They are asking Cassie, did you think or did you know he was addicted to opioids? And she said, yes, he told me. And then they go on to...
But who would have, and this is the crazy part too, whoever would have thought that Diddy was like a dope fiend? I wouldn't have thought it in a million years. But due to this trial, it's all been put out there that he most definitely was a junkie, man. That's crazy, man. I'll let you a billionaire junkie, man. Wow.
Say, well, don't you think that, you know, when he was coming down from opioids, or when he was withdrawing, he was a bit more volatile? In my opinion, they are really pushing this, that, you know, when he was withdrawing from drugs, that's when he was violent, and that's why he was violent.
Okay, what I guess
Letitia say he got money to cover it up. All right.
They're forgetting, with all of that legal power on the defense team, is that drugs and alcohol, voluntary use of drugs or alcohol, are never...
The team say Diddy ain't no junkie. He just liked to party. Well, as much as he was partying, it most definitely turned him into a junkie.
A defense. Okay, back to what she is saying on the stand. Tell me how she's looked on the stand so far on cross-examination.
We got sincere. She says, what in the entire world does what does his personal ex-life got to do with racketeering? Absolutely nothing, sincere. They doing this as part of, like, I think, to basically embarrass Diddy about his sexuality, the things that he do to his sexual, you know, the fetishes or whatever. This is to embarrass him. He can never come back from this. Even if he win the case, he can never come back from this. People gonna look at him a completely different way than they ever looked at him before. I think that's the purpose.
Examination.
Well, like I said, she shared some laughs with Ana Estevea, and she does appear relaxed, and she's handling it so well. I mean, again, she's 8.5 months pregnant, and, you know, she's very calm. Her demeanor is poised, and Ana Estevea has even said to Cassie, look, because, again, Nancy, we have heard...
Mr. Hudson, allegedly, no, it's not. It got the name Pink Coke, but it's not actually Coke at all. It's a mixture of all type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's not the purest of the pure. It most definitely been stepped on with other drugs, you know, when it comes to that pink that you speak of.
Seen some very explicit text messages and emails from Diddy and Cassie to each other. And Estevea is saying, look, if you don't want to read...
Gillian said nobody will trust him since he recorded everybody. Yeah, Debrisha, you know, I've been on top of this for the longest. I most definitely know, man. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. We so close to 26K, I can taste it.
You don't have to. And Nancy, they are very graphic. We are hearing a lot that maybe I did not need to hear.
I need to hear her start cracking jokes. We don't need the rundown.
Freakoffs
we already
that
did
he
that.
forced her to participate in was simply part of a swinger lifestyle.
We already heard about the swingers.
Ventura is pretty strong on the stand, stating that...
However...
I want you to get to tripping. Come on, let's go.
Will negate that premise they're trying to advance. But I'm really curious
AJ say, I don't
about
like her
the
mouth.
Freakoffs and about them pressing Cassie Ventura on the stand on cross-examination about the lawsuit, as if the lawsuit was all her fault. that there was no basis to the lawsuit. How did Cassie Ventura
Shout out to Gillian for gifting that membership. Thank you very much.
hold up when they were grilling?
We don't want to hear that. We already know about that.
During her own
We trying to get
The
to
break,
where
which
you
you can
start
see her on
tripping.
Peacock now and find her at Dr. Beth.
We don't want to
Victims are full of contradictions.
Her sidekick, you know, she gonna be on every show to agree with whatever Nancy say.
For instance, they try to go along with what the abuser really make the mood swings, and that's certainly euphemistic.
Come on, man, where you at, man?
But guess who her husband was?
I'm fast forward. We already know all this.
The answer is named.
We already went over this in my other live yesterday.
Okay, this is a felony multi-capital murdering. I'm just wondering if part of that is by plan.
Let's fast forward you. We don't want to hear from him either. I'm fast forwarding it for a reason.
Ridiculous sex trafficking.
They going over stuff we already went over. Hold up.
Well, Nancy, we're witnessing right now on your program, how the justice system looks.
Oh, man.
And trafficking. Some needs to rip up.
This, as reports of Sean Combs' Tootsie Roll emerging.
She finna go to tripping,
another
y'all.
Alleged sex attack victim. What does that mean, Sydney Sumner?
Well, Nancy, according to this victim, on her fourth outing with Combs, so she had met him in a hotel elevator. They had spent a few nights out together. But on their third night, she left early with her friend without telling him, which apparently really angered Combs. He said,
"Yeah, she don't play that,
who
Chris.
I
She can
am.
go to tripping.
People don't do that to me." So the next time they all met up, the situation felt sketchy from the beginning. She got into a car. There were a bunch of big men in that car. She could see.
I don't know why
condoms
Nancy
on
her
the
be
ground,
still. She
women's
probably got a lot of
underwear,
moves in.
And they ended up back at Combs' apartment. She wanted to go home, and he said, "No, I need to stop by my apartment first. You're going to come up with me." He pinned her to a bed, and as he pulls his pants down to rape her,
Lord, this is for educational purposes only.
She didn't think it would hurt as much due to his lack of length and girth. So she is comparing Combs' penis to a Tootsie Roll. And later in that same lawsuit, she refers to him as itty bitty ditty.
Hey man, that got to be something, man. For her to get up on that stand and tell the whole world, you know, that you basically is like a Tootsie Roll. Man, look, that hurt a man pride right there. I know he was like, man, I know they didn't. Yes, they did. They went there, did it? They done went all, them women done went all the way there on you, man. You know what I'm saying? Hey, man, they over there dragging Diddy on the stand. That's what they doing. They dragging him. I'm talking about putting out, man, listen, they dragging Diddy right now. Yeah, Tootsie Roll, itty bitty Diddy Tootsie Roll, man. Lord have mercy.
Okay, Rob.
Watching Nancy.
Testimony aside, there's really no coming back from that for Diddy.
Said ain't no coming back.
There's no way that they're coming back from that, and I guess this is a detail. It's scandalous and we're talking about it, but this is a really important detail, and it's very, very easy to be proven. Let's see that
Wait,
she can
Rob Shooter, are you crazy?
No, let's see.
Are we talking about the same thing? You actually think that federal prosecutors are going to prove that there's an itty bitty ditty in Diddy's pants? That there's more of a
What in the entire world, man? Dang, that's messed up. No, Nancy gonna have a field day, man. Y'all double tap that screen, continue to get them likes up. We should at least be at about 200 by now. Double tap that screen, get the likes up.
A Tootsie Roll. That
Shout out to Penny. She back in the building. Say, man, she got her membership on. Hey, Penny.
Cannon? Seriously? No, nobody's going to touch that with a 10-foot pole. That's not an element of proof, Shooter. What are you talking about?
Yeah, buddy right here, he most definitely want to see it, 3. He trying to see it. He say, yeah, man, I think, yeah, man, he was tripping, man. He wanted to see it badly. Badly. Hey, Penny.
She can describe Diddy's, and that's a really important
point for her to make. And so I know they did this in the Michael Jackson trial. Several witnesses described what Michael Jackson looked like. And so I think describing what Diddy looks like is very important. It will prove the point, and hopefully she'll win her case.
Okay, Shooter, you actually made a legal point. You may need to consider.
We already know what he's doing. You know what side of the home plate he on, and it ain't the right side.
That whole PR thing you've got going on. Yes, that did happen in the Michael Jackson case, but I hardly think that the defense is going to broach the subject of itty bitty Diddy being in Diddy's pants. Okay, that's a whole other can of worms. And as is so often when you're trying a case, you learn a lot more information than you ever wanted to. Now, that's kind of funny, right? Right? Itty bitty Diddy, the Tootsie Roll in Diddy's pants. But hold on, not that funny. Listen.
Discussing their breakup, Combs took her to lunch and had a deep conversation that brought her a sense of closure. But when Combs dropped her off at home, he pinned her down and raped her.
Lord,
says she doesn't believe Combs even noticed her crying and telling him no. After ejaculating inside her, Cassie says Combs calmly got up and left.
Bethany Marshall, Shooter.
All right, so I just, that she tripped me out. But they don't went somewhere else. Look at Nancy's face. She just disgusted. She is just disgusted, y'all. But anyway, that was from the other day. You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted y'all to hear Nancy trip out on this itty bitty ditty Tootsie Roll King. That's what she called it. She having fun with that. Hey, Monte, she most definitely having a bunch of fun with it. Yeah, man, itty bitty ditty. I guess that's his name. You know what I'm saying? The diddler. Itty bitty ditty, the diddler. All right, so let's get on till today. You know what I'm talking about? Let's get caught up, with today. All right, so in this Nancy, which we are gonna pay attention to, you know what I'm saying, because this has things to do with today. Man, Diddy will be released forever on this. Maybe so, K-Cell. It is looking like they haven't met the burden to convince us all that Diddy is a complete monster yet. Now, some of y'all are already convinced by the lawsuits of people trying to get paper. Y'all convinced from that, but it's a lot of people that ain't convinced that he is guilty as far as his federal case goes. And I just got word from Nancy, you know what I'm saying, from that Prince Harry done been brought up into all of this. Got the royal family involved, y'all. Did y'all know that? Because I didn't. Check this out.
Chris Brown romance revealed.
She talk about Chris Brown because his name got brought up in it. Chris Brown, Usher, you know what I'm saying, and Prince Harry.
Good evening. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. Thank you. Bitty Diddy. Itty bitty Diddy, the Tootsie Roll. Sean Combs is Tootsie Roll. Yeah, I said that, but I didn't say it first. An alleged victim said it first, but let's get to now. Joining us outside the courthouse, Lauren Conlon, investigative reporter and star of Pop Crime TV. Lauren, thank you for being with us.
Here we go.
What is this I'm hearing about a mystery NFL lover, and what does that have to do with Sean Combs being charged with sex trafficking and RICO, criminal enterprise? They're just dragging Cassie through the mud for no reason.
I'm Janice Torres.
And we're
the hosts of Mind the Business.
What's the name? Hold up. My bad.
I agree with you, Nancy. A lot of what we're hearing on the stand from Cassie, many of us are questioning what this has to do with anything besides laying a foundation. But the NFL player, we heard about this.
Breaking news tonight. Diddy sucks
Hold up.
Prince Harry into his sex. Okay, Lauren Collin, you're just full of probative information. What they're doing right now is dragging Cassie Ventura through the mud.
Michael Jackson
in an
was
attempt to make her look like the bad person.
Go.
But I still say that tape, that intercontinental tape, is going to carry the day. What else has happened on the stand today?
So, speaking of trying to make Cassie look bad, they brought up a slew of text messages after that incident And I know what they were going for. I mean, they were trying to say that they had a relationship after the incident.
All right,
but
Poochie says Prince Harry was at the Prime Minister home in UK on the Downing Street where Obama pulled up, questioned what he had in his jacket, videotape. I don't know.
In my opinion, as an observer, Cassie said something like, I don't want Friday to happen again, referencing the beatdown. And Diddy said something like, F Friday, LOL. And she kind of said LOL back. And I'm thinking, I mean, that's how you want to treat
I'm about my membership
a
over here,
beatdown like that? When you abuse the person you love?
All right, Val, go ahead and do that. It's up to you, man. You can copy it, man. I encourage everybody to get a membership. Double tap that screen, though. Get the likes up. We should have been at 200 15 minutes ago.
You say LOL, F Friday? I didn't think that made Diddy look good, and I know they were trying to make Cassie look bad for corresponding with him. Additionally, Cassie had alleged that occurred in August of 2018, and the defense attorney found transcripts where she told the government that it happened in September of 2018, really trying to, again, poke holes in her story. And they also showed us text messages between Cassie and Diddy after the alleged, where he said, I know I didn't turn you on, I've fallen off. And she responds with a heart emoji. So there's a lot of that going on. And I have to say, Nancy, it's been so wild to hear.
And that was a lot of what people were saying. Like, why did she continue to communicate with Combs if he was such a bad person? She was still communicating, trying to do freakoffs, telling them she loved them, all that stuff. If she was so scared, why come she kept on communicating with Diddy? That's a lot of questions that people been asked.
For the evidentiary stuff before the trial starts, because
so Penny says he put her hands on him. All right, so if he put his hands on her and she didn't like it and it was terrible and it was all of this and all that, when she went and got with her husband, why is she still in contact with the man that put hands on her? Penny, she already moved on. She moved on and found another dude and was still in contact with Diddy, trying to give him the box. What's going on?
It's like we're sitting there and we're listening to a federal judge say the term freakoff, which is just wild.
Brenda says she was groomed. The relationship was she was groomed. The relationship was abusive. Okay, but she got away from the relationship and the abuse and was trying to go back. They say trauma bond. Okay, yeah, she got away from it and then was trying to go back though, y'all.
Yes, at the courthouse, star of Pop Crime TV, co-host Lauren Conlon. Lauren, we've heard about Jonathan Oddie. We've heard about a mystery NFL lover.
Pike says 10 years spending money, be for real. She didn't want to leave. That's what he said, not me. I feel like people don't understand Stockholm Syndrome. Maybe not, because if you go get you another dude and he is your protection and your love, why is you talking to the crazy man that put his hands on you and had you doing freakouts? Just don't make sense. We would have to be a victim to understand what she went through psychologically. Okay, all right.
What was that about? You told me about Chris Brown, but what about the NFL star?
Listen, I don't know much about sports, but I plan on looking this up after, because that was a moment that many of us were like, who did she date in the NFL? And I believe the year, don't quote me on this, but it was sometime between 2013 and 2015.
Lauren Conlon, tell me how Cassie is holding up on the stand. How does she look today?
She looks beautiful. Her hair is down. She has a white shirt and a black jacket. And again, she remains poised. She remains composed. She's answering the questions as best she can. And we're going through pages.
All right, so Kevin says if Diddy didn't have money like he had, Cassie would have left a long time ago. Y'all agree with that?
And pages of text messages from 10 years ago. So it's trying. And when I was leaving the courtroom for lunch, I saw her lawyers walk in, bringing her some Dunkin' Donuts for lunch.
Flip mode say trauma bond. Okay.
And how is the jury responding? How did their demeanors throughout the day today?
Overall, this
Harlem
jury
says, I
has
agree.
been very
Yana
stoic,
says she
very
totally
rarely
agree.
showing emotion, as well as Combs' family.
Mr.
Everyone
Hudson say, man, stop the cap. Them paychecks was too good to leave.
seems to be pretty composed.
Lauren Conlon joining us outside the courtroom. I'll talk to you in just a few moments, Lauren Conlon. Let's bring in the entire panel. Joining me in...
Michael says, what you say, Michael? Michael said, the victim syndrome.
All-star panel to make sense of what we are learning right now. But first, I want to go straight out to Robert Crispin joining us. Private investigator at Crispin Special Investigations, but for my purposes, former federal task force officer for the United States Department of Justice.
Penny said, oh, so it should be okay. Hold on. She says, so we should be okay with her being drugged, near unalive in the beatings. Absolutely not. Okay.
DEA Miami Field Division, never lack of business. Former homicide, and for today.
Miss Fat said, man, hold on. She was with other people, including her husband, while she was with Diddy at the same time. She wasn't afraid of nothing. That's what Miss Fat said.
A former vice cop. Robert Crispin, I put a lot of female victims on the stand, okay? I've put a female preacher on the stand. I've taken a depo from a nun in a different case. I've put
Piker said Diddy will walk in 2025.
Prostitutes on the stand. I've put dope addicts on the stand. It never fails, whether it's a female preacher or a prostitute. They get dragged through the mud. Everything they've ever said or done wrong.
Man, Nancy, I want to hear about Chris Brown. Let's move.
And I would put him on the stand.
Hey, check this out, Pandy. This for you. You remember this guy?
Okay, hold that thought just a moment.
You remember this guy,
Pandy? Ask, for you may surely get it on the stand. Let's take a look at what he's talking about. And all of you ladies out there, I want you to look at Jonathan Oddie and think, would I willingly have sex with this guy? Think about it.
You remember this guy?
I had sex with Cassie and Sean. Basically, he would masturbate.
This guy right here.
Cassie. I had like 15 encounters, and I heard lots of business.
Penny, I know you know who this guy is right here. Yeah, you most definitely know who he is. What's up, OBI? Yeah, this is Jonathan Oddie, y'all. He was one of those people that I showed y'all in this picture. Hold up. That I showed y'all in this picture. He one of the photos that was released today. There you go, right there. This is Jonathan right here. Jonathan Oddie. He told people back in 2014 that basically he was an ex-worker for Cassie and Diddy. Nobody believed him. And now in the federal trial, he will be taking the stand to testify. This guy right here, this is the same person. Jonathan Oddie. The same dude right here. Hold up. Not that one. This one.
What they would do is Sean talks a lot on the phone and on the TV with speakers and stuff, and I was like a sex settlement with Sean, okay? And he belongs to that agenda. That's why he's so famous. They land all the contracts. It's these attorneys. My settlement put me in a box. Basically, I couldn't talk.
They found him, Penny, and not only did they find him, they found his $5 million NDA that he signed. And Cassie basically recognized him as one of the ex-workers that she used to lay down with. So he's going to be taking the stand, Penny. They found him.
Because I was going to be sued. So I let it be.
He was in the courtroom the other day.
And they've had, Mark Garrett has had the FBI on me, has had other agencies looking at me and spying on me, okay? Because they want to set me up as an extortionist. Like if I was extorting Sean for money.
$5 million. NDA.
Let me go out to a shrink. I need a shrink. Dr. Cheryl Errett joining us, a clinical forensic psychologist specializing in trauma recovery, PTSD, and more at AskDrCheryl.com. Dr. Cheryl, thank you for being with us.
Shout out to Valerie, you know what I'm saying, for most definitely becoming a member once again on the sidewalk. Shout out to you.
I wanted you to see the Jonathan Oddie bite, okay? Because this is back, and I'm pretty sure 2018. Sydney, jump in if I've got the wrong date. Look at this guy. So you think this 21-year-old girl willingly wants to have sex with this guy on video? Yeah, I don't think so. But I'd like you to respond. And everything he says, I'm going to circle back to all the guests on this. But I want to ask you, Dr. Cheryl, what this means, because everything he was saying in 2018, nobody believed him. They thought he was a nut.
Nobody believed him.
Garagos get up and everything.
Let's go, man.
Garagos was after him. They signed an NDA, non-disclosure agreement.
They didn't believe him before, but I bet you they believe him now. You know what I'm saying? They most definitely believe him now. Man, we need 40 more people on that like. Double tap the screen or click those 3 dots, hit that thumbs up. Make sure you subscribe to the channel if you new. We on the road to 26K, and we so close I can feel it. Subscribe, y'all. Let's get me there tonight.
Agreement that he couldn't talk about what had happened with Sean Combs, but he said then that Sean Combs would force him to have sex with Cassie Ventura while Combs sat back and masturbated and watched and talked on his phone.
Valerie said, why is everybody lying?
According to prosecutors.
Yes, and he does seem credible for all the reasons your previous guest said. We need to remember that consent is a free yes. And in order for something to be consent, you have to be also equally able to say no.
Okay.
And if you are not free to say no, it's not a free yes.
Okay.
When we're looking at the video that's being shown right after Cassie tried to leave, after the FO or the freakoff, those beatings,
what's up,
the control with the phone, the control over her career, the control over who she could see, these power and control dynamics, these are what happened when she tried to leave. So this does not look anything like a free yes. And it's interesting that they're not disputing the domestic violence itself, but they're saying that's not what he's charged with. Well, that's because that would be a state charge, and these are
she
federal.
said, hey, y'all looking at what he looked like right now, not what he looked like back then when she was freak-offing him with him. I get you. I get you, what you saying, Bardock.
Charges. And
Valerie says she is jealous.
The domestic violence and the video evidence of the domestic violence sure seems to indicate the way that these power and control tactics were enforced. So this was not a free yes. This was not somebody saying, yes, I want to do this. And statistically, as you know, from working in the battered women's shelters, the time that is most dangerous.
Make sure y'all take time to vote on the poll in the chat, man. Do y'all think Diddy will walk? Let me know.
For a battered woman is when she tries to leave, because that's when things get most violent. So a person's life is in most danger.
Lawnmower man, ain't nothing else going on in the world right now. The Diddy trial is the only thing going on, man.
When they do try to escape their abuser.
State versus Sean Combs in full swing today in the Monahan Federal Courthouse in Manhattan. Joining us outside the courthouse, Lauren Conlon. Lauren, first of all, tell me more about what happened in court today.
It was an intense day with Cassie finishing up her cross-examination on...
We gonna have to pause. She on something else. I ain't on that. I'm on Dunn right now. You know what I'm saying? So today, Dunn took the stand, y'all. You know, she had took the stand, I think it was Friday. She didn't get to finish. So she wrapped up today, man, and she was most definitely there. And one of Cassie's other friends also testified within this, you know. So Dunn testified. She finished up her testimony. She got cross-examined. They said the cross-examining was off the chain, you know. That basically they didn't give her no slack. They was on her top. You know what I'm talking about? So now we are to the versions of today, because they talking about when Cassie was on the stand, and we already did that. You know what I'm saying? So let's go to today's events with Dunn Richards.
Explosive testimony detailing allegations of violence, threats, manipulation at the hands of the hip-hop mogul. Former Daddy Kane member Dawn Richard returned to the stand, doubling down on her shocking claim that she witnessed Diddy attack his then-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura Fine. The jury also heard from Carrie Morgan. This is Cassie's former best friend who described multiple incidents in which she...
Her name is Carrie Morgan. She took the stand today on Cassie's behalf, reported as being one of her friends, longtime friends. This is today's news.
Claims to have seen Diddy physically assault Cassie, and interestingly, Morgan testified that she and Cassie no longer friends. We're going to explain the surprising reason why in just a moment, but we also heard from Combs' former personal assistant, too, towards the end of the day. And let's not forget.
So we also got a former personal assistant that took the stand as well.
What we're talking about here. So Diddy is facing serious federal charges, racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, transportation to engage in prostitution, namely that he allegedly operated this criminal enterprise that was engaged in a pattern of abusing women for years, including forcing them into these coerced sexual performances.
Make sure y'all subscribe to the channel, man.
If he's convicted of the top
we
charge.
almost at 26K.
Now, for all of the dramatic moments from inside the courtroom and maybe what happened outside the courtroom, I want to bring in our eyes, our ears, law and crime reporter Elizabeth Milner, because as we know, there are no cameras in that courtroom. There's no audio.
Man, it's supposed to be a lot of people testifying, Kenna. I don't know the exact number, but they most definitely supposed to be testifying. Shout out to Karen for becoming a new subscriber. Shout out to you. Thank you very much.
Reporting in that courtroom, but we have Elizabeth Milner. Who else would you want to report for us than Elizabeth Milner? Elizabeth, so good to see you. Thank you so much for taking the time. So, look, today's testimony.
So as y'all know, cameras are not allowed inside the courtroom, so therefore we have to go on the word of people, journalists, YouTubers, whoever that were inside of the courthouse when all of this transpired to come back and feed us the information. This most definitely law and crime, and the lady that you see right here, she's in the courtroom daily. She gives a great report on everything going on in court. Let's check it out.
Shocking details, and we're going to get to that in a minute. But first, I always have to ask you, what was the atmosphere like today? What was Sean Combs' demeanor like today?
What's up, John?
And we'll get into a little bit more of the jury and how they were reacting to each of the testimony. But what was the atmosphere like? What was the scene like? What was Sean Combs like?
Well, the atmosphere has always been how it has been this entire time. A lot of interest, just genuinely in this case overall, and not just from us in the media, a lot of people from the public too.
OBI, a lot of us don't care about his role. I just thought it was funny, that they even brought his role up.
Get here around like 7 o'clock, between 7 o'clock and 7:30 every morning. And for the most part, there's already a pretty long line of not just, again, reporters, but people from the public who just want to get a glimpse of kind of what is all going on, especially given that there are no cameras for this trial. So a lot of people want to either get inside that courtroom or at least kind of watch it kind of similarly to a movie theater show downstairs in the overflow room, where I've heard there's been like a lot of commotion as far as just people who kind of like to be chatty during this. A lot of people are just kind of oohing and awing just at the testimony, kind of similar to how people might react during like a sports game or a basketball game, that type of thing. So yeah, there's a lot of interest in this case overall. A lot of people just want to either get inside that courtroom, get inside just to see Diddy, possibly his family. But as far as inside the actual courtroom today where I was, it was kind of the same as usual. It looked a little different as far as, the defendant's side, just kind of what that all looked like. What we do know is that one of Diddy's childhood friends was still in that courtroom, but as far as just his extended family or just his mother, his daughters, his sons, that wasn't what we saw today in this courtroom. And I had mentioned on Friday, a source had told me that the girls, the twins, had prom over the weekend, which we saw some photos of them. So it might just be that a lot of the family just went back to see these activities and that type of thing, but it really didn't deter Diddy at all. Diddy still was laser focused on what was going on in his trial. The more I go to these court hearings and go to trial every single day, I'm starting to kind of realize that Diddy, even though he's in the predicament that he's in right now, and that's he's still behind bars, he's still kind of running the show, maybe possibly similarly to how he was running.
With as much money that he has invested in these lawyers, he better have a say-so in there. He better seem like he's running something.
In his business, he is very much not a passive defendant. He's not one of those defendants who's just sitting there letting his lawyers handle everything. In some aspects, he might be right because they know the law, they know all of that stuff. But as far as just him participating in his own defense, he definitely is still doing that. He's still jotting down notes, passing them off to his attorneys. He's still just being focused on the trial, the testimony that's being given. He's focused on what his attorneys
He say he's scared if he get out.
Asking, and I've seen a couple peeks here in there as far as just the jury's reaction to everything. So as far as just the tone overall in the courtroom, it's still business as usual. Obviously, from Sean Combs' perspective, this is kind of the fight for his life as he's trying to, probably on his end, probably just wants all these charges dismissed or at least to be acquitted of these charges. But for the most part, the tone is very much business as usual. A lot of us were expecting what would the cross-examination of Don Richard look like, and that was kind of what.
Hold on, let's pause there for a second. Let's go over here. Let's hear what she said. Let's hear her exact questioning. Let's go.
Testimony given in the Diddy trial from beginning to end. When Mr. Combs told you people could go missing, how did you interpret it?
That people could die. I couldn't believe that this could be the beginning of a journey for us.
As Diddy Dirty Money?
Yes.
What did you observe?
He would drag her and kick her and punch her in the mouth.
What would prompt these acts of violence? At this moment, the defense objected, but was overruled.
When she would speak up for herself.
Who in security witnessed these things?
Right, so in case y'all wondering, this is a word-for-word reading of what actually Dunn said inside the courtroom.
Rock and Bonds.
Where did Ms. Ventura get hit?
Her knees, her face, all over.
Did there come a time you were in NY for a festival?
Yes, in Central Park.
In the residence. What happened?
He punched Cassie. She came into the bathroom crying. You could see her upset, like she was hurt.
What injuries did you observe?
Swollen eye.
Why'd you remain with Ms. Ventura after this incident?
I wanted her to feel supported.
What's this?
Ain't that crazy, y'all? So we actually get to hear the line of questioning and basically what she had to say in real time.
Moment the prosecution showed Don Richard a photo of Cassie in sunglasses, and Don Richard too.
The Central Park event.
Why did you wear them?
Solidarity.
The next assault. Who was there?
D-Rock, Capricorn Clark, Harv Pierre.
Who was Mr. Pierre?
At Bad Boy, answering to Sean Combs.
Did they do anything?
None of us did anything. When we drove back to L.A., he slapped Cassie in the mouth and told her to shut the fuck up.
Lord have mercy, so much violence.
How did the passengers respond?
We stayed silent the rest of the ride. I asked myself, if he did that to someone he supposedly loved, what would he do to an employee? So I'd approach Mr. Combs with softness.
Did you try to intervene in the relationship?
No, for my own safety.
Did you see Mr. Combs using drugs?
Yes, weed, ketamine, Molly, cocaine.
Opiates.
That I never saw.
Man, she told it all.
Who brought him the drugs?
This is done,
One
y'all.
stop. He had it all, including Plan B, birth control.
Did you see Mr. Combs with guns?
Yes, handguns, on his lower back.
Who else had guns?
Man said she done seen him with straps.
Security, D-Rock and Bonds.
What did you do after Bad Boy?
Sing. Whenever I got momentum, I'd get a FaceTime from him.
How would you speak to him?
Very soft. I'd always call him bro.
Why did you not disclose the abuse you'd seen?
I was told not to by Mr. Combs and Harv Pierre.
When did you speak out?
2024. I saw Ms. Ventura take the stand and tell the truth.
At this moment, the defense objected and it was sustained. Did you see Ms. Ventura file a civil lawsuit and then file your own?
Yes.
You are aware there's a motion to dismiss your lawsuit?
I have civil lawyers.
You sat with the prosecutors and your allegations have changed?
I've been consistent.
You testified he attempted to hit her about the eggs, and Ms. Ventura dropped down in a fetal position, right?
That's when she said that Diddy tried to hit Cassie in the head with a cast iron skillet, y'all. Said he was gonna pop in the top of the head, asked her where his breakfast at. She had made it. He grabbed the skillet and was finna hit her with it.
Yes.
Did you ever say you heard a pan hit the wall? You didn't see it?
I don't recall.
Would you agree with me it has been hard for you to keep your story straight with respect to this egg incident?
Here is Don Richard.
Yeah, man. You know what I'm saying? So they most definitely breaking it down everywhere, man. I'm talking about everywhere got something on it. But I most definitely wanted to hear the questioning and the words so that we could kind of, get a feel for it. So I most definitely presented that to y'all. But let's continue with where we was at. You know what I'm saying? Let's get back to it.
In essence, it was definitely this morning.
Yeah, even the sketch artist that's in the court, and we always get the updated sketches from every day, depicted Sean Combs taking notes during Dawn Richard's testimony. So let's talk about Dawn Richard.
Yeah, in birth control. Let's
of
go.
The group Danity Kane, created by Sean Combs, signed to his Bad Boy record label. She filed her own lawsuit against Sean Combs. She was back on the stand. She began her testimony on Friday. We heard more about her allegedly observing this abuse that she inflicted, that he allegedly inflicted on Cassandra Ventura. What did she say more about this alleged abuse that she observed?
Yeah, so on Friday when we left testimony, Dawn Richard was still under direct, so they kind of picked back up from direct this morning. And pretty much what she left on Friday was that she was talking about this incident involving an egg skillet, something that's kind of been deemed the egg skillet incident as far as...
So here we go with the skillet. Y'all get to hear about it. Man, continue to double tap that screen. We should be at 200 by now. Click the 3 dots, hit the thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel.
And it was a situation where she had witnessed Diddy being physically assault his then girlfriend, of course, that being Cassie Ventura, and said at the day after this incident had happened that they were in the recording studio downstairs at Diddy's home, and essentially Diddy brought Dawn Richard and her then bandmate Kalina Harper some flowers, and essentially said something along the lines of, "Don't say anything because where I'm from, people go missing." So when we left off on Friday, Mark Agnifilo was just like,
"Where I'm from, people come up missing," y'all. Saying basically, hey, you know what I'm saying? Well, you could be unalived in so many words. Man, this person, whoever drawing these pictures, I'm with K-Cell. They need to be fired.
Objection. That objection actually ended up being overruled. So we kind of picked up from where that was. And so today, Dawn Richard was pretty much kind of picking back up for the aftermath of this egg skillet incident where Diddy had said that this relationship was something of passion with him and Cassie, and that if they were to say anything, they being Dawn Richard and Kalina Harper, allegedly, that people go missing. And so Dawn said that she was actually scared and shocked by this statement, and she said...
Dunn got that look in her eye like, yeah, I'm gonna get you, Diddy. Yeah, you going down. She got that look in her eye. Look at her eye. She got that look.
Even after the aftermath of this incident, that she continued seeing Cassie and Diddy together. They were seen together at hotels, in the studio, at their homes. And she says that Dawn says that she saw Cassie pretty frequently, and she also said that she saw Diddy be violent with Cassie very frequently. She says Dawn saw Diddy punch and drag, and even instances of kicking Cassie, and she was asked what prompted this violence. Dawn, because while she was on the stand,
shout out to Valerie for that gift.
She seemed a little bit nervous just overall about testifying today, and so she was very soft-spoken when she was saying these words, and she said that this violence would be prompted just at random. She said Cassie would just be speaking up for herself, and then something like this would happen. Dawn said that Cassie has a very quiet demeanor, something that I...
But I want y'all to take this into account. This is not a domestic violence case, y'all. This is racketeering, people being in traffic and people being forced to do stuff against their will. Even though we see a lot of violence coming from Diddy, which is most definitely domestic violence. They still have to choose. They have to prove a racketeering, people being in traffic, and that he coerced, and basically had people doing things out of fear, to do what he wanted them to do.
That witness when she was testifying today, and that Diddy just wasn't having that as far as her pretty much essentially speaking up for herself. And then there was other instances where she was asked, who was all there when you witnessed Diddy being physically violent with Cassie? And she mentioned names such as Harv Pierre, who is the former president of Bad Boy. She mentioned Mia, who had worked for Diddy. She mentioned Capricorn Clark, also a former employee of Diddy. She also mentioned D-Rock and Bonds. These are two individuals who we know works security for Diddy. We've seen a couple of exhibit photos of them, and they're just kind of like their driver's license photos, nothing crazy like group shots or anything just like that yet.
They say they putting DV with coercion.
Incident of violence that you had seen by Diddy, and she said that 2009 was the first incident she saw this. And so then that's when we start to see the exhibit photos again, that those being of D-Rock, those being of Bonds. And she said that this violence kind of continued while Don Richard worked with Diddy and Dirty Money. And so the defense was kind of trying to point out the differences between her time with Danity Kane, her time with Dirty Money, and we'll get to that when we kind of talk about the cross. But as far as her time working with Dirty Money, she had said that was from the period of 2009 to 2011. So
and let me tell y'all, they say that cross-examination of Dunn was something for the record books.
Year period. She said when she was asked if Bonds or D-Rock did anything after this violence, and she said that they essentially didn't do anything to kind of help Cassie. She said she, being Dawn, saw injuries to Cassie's eyes, her legs, her arms. She said essentially that Cassie would cover up her injuries with makeup, something that Cassie herself testified to while she was on the stand. She mentioned another incident, and this was an incident over up in Central Park, just, blocks and blocks up from here, where she witnessed Diddy punch Cassie in the face with a closed fist at this festival at Central Park where Dirty Money was going to be performing. She said after this incident that Cassie came into the bathroom, she was crying while Dawn and Kalina Harper, who was, again, her then...
Why come all these people that seen all this didn't say nothing, y'all? What is going on with that? If all these people witnessed all this and they got the guts to come out and say something now, why they didn't say nothing before? He should have been under the jail.
And made on Dirty Money were getting ready for a performance, and Dawn says that she saw Cassie's eyes swelling, and she being Cassie just put on some makeup and then put on her sunglasses, and Dawn said that she'd stayed with Cassie for support after this incident. Then we see an exhibit photo of Cassie, Dawn, and Kalina Harper all at this festival, all up in Central Park.
And said, yeah, that's dumb. I'm with you. If all these people witnessed all this, why did it take for now for them to come speak out?
All the women were with their sunglasses.
Penny say, man, they scared
of this. Different than some of the other exhibit photos that Cassie herself has turned over to the government, where we couldn't necessarily see the injuries under her sunglasses because it was kind of just like a group photo. Other people were around, but you could tell that Kalina, Cassie, and Don Richard were all wearing sunglasses. And she was asked, why are you guys all wearing sunglasses? And Dawn responded, it was in solidarity of Cassie, essentially. Then there was another incident the following year in 2010 that Dawn Richard had witnessed, where she saw Diddy punch Cassie in the stomach. This was at a dinner that they were all having together. Celebrities were there. She had mentioned Usher was there and Nia was there, but she had also mentioned, again...
Roland, you want me to play something? I tell you what to play. You play that money sign down there and donate something to the channel. Hey, remove that comment by Rolling Slam telling me to play something. Hey man, you play on that money sign. Send me something and then I'll play something.
A lot of Diddy's employees themselves, such as Harpier, again, president of Bad Boy. You had D-Rock there who worked security. Kalina Harper there, are part of Dirty Money. Nia there, she worked for security, she worked with Diddy. And then Bonds, who was part of security, were all there. Then we see an exhibit photo of Harpier, again, him being president of Bad Boy. And she was asked a little bit about Harpier's role and whether or not Harpier was her boss, but she had clarified that she had reported to Sean Combs, even though Harpier was the president of Bad Boy at the time. And then she said nobody intervened during this situation.
Look at that picture,
so
boy,
they're all driving back, they were on a Sprinter van. On the Sprinter van were Kalina, Dawn, Cassie, Diddy, and D-Rock. D-Rock was the one who was driving, and that Cassie actually confronted Diddy about punching her in the stomach, essentially saying that it was embarrassing that he had did this in front of other people. And Don Richard recalled Diddy slapping Cassie in the mouth.
Dunn didn't hold back, boy. She most definitely want Diddy up under the jail, man. She told them stuff they wanted to know and stuff they did not know.
Cassie just looked out of the window for the rest of the ride. Don Richard was asked specifically questions about Cassie's career, as far as that Cassie just wanted to do more in career, says that Don supported this and that she even offered to write songs for Cassie during this, but that Diddy just didn't like that Kalina Harper and Don Richard were essentially talking to Cassie. Diddy had told Cassie when Diddy's ready, then that's when they could work on Cassie's career. And so I could see where the prosecution was kind of going with this, as far as asking Don Richard these types of questions.
What's up, Josiah?
Cassie had no other choice but to continue on living this type of life, knowing that her career was kind of in the hands of Diddy. So I could see kind of where they were going with this. But Don Richard recalled one specific moment where Diddy told her that he didn't like that Kalina and Don were speaking to Cassie. He said something along the lines of, "Stay the F out of my relationship. You mother effers don't know real work. And so Dawn had said just kind of how Diddy was just so...
Yeah, just so everybody know, man, when you're a moderator over here, you most definitely got to have your work shirt, you know what I'm saying? Be sure to keep your membership up to date.
Kind of mean to them when speaking with them. She was asked about Diddy's drug use and whether or not she saw or witnessed Diddy doing drugs. She says she has, including drugs like weed, ketamine, coke, molly, ecstasy, and said that a lot of these drugs were brought often to the studio.
I don't know why she don't remember, Belinda. Yeah, good question.
Or even at Diddy's house. And she said that these drugs were actually delivered by a man named One Stop. We all saw an exhibit photo of this man named One Stop, because at first when I was jotting down my notes, I was like, what is, but that was actually, I guess, his moniker, One Stop. And that One Stop was kind of a play on that you're one stop away and you can get the drugs, that type of thing. So it was a little funny kind of knowing that nickname behind it. But Dawn Richard had talked about how One Stop had delivered coke, Plan B, weed, molly, essentially everything to Diddy at the studio. And Dawn had said that she saw Diddy put drugs in his Louis Vuitton pouch, something that other people have testified to, something that when the HSI agent had testified on Friday that we had seen inside Diddy's room when he was arrested, and Dawn said that Diddy would carry drugs in this Louis Vuitton pouch, and he would carry these drugs domestically and internationally.
All right, why they keep on bringing up him, you know, in his drug habit? But everybody done said he was on drugs. They most definitely make sure they throw it out there that he was on drugs. You know what I'm saying? Miss Fat, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I hope it fit. You know what I'm saying? I hope it fit. We gave you a brand new shirt.
Internationally, she was asked, did you observe Diddy give drugs to Kalina and possibly Cassie too? And she said that she did. She was asked about weapons, whether or not Diddy had weapons on him while he was in the studio. She said she did see Diddy with a handgun in the studio around the 2009-2010 time frame. He normally would carry this handgun in his lower waist.
Shout out to Josiah for recopping that membership. Appreciate you.
In his back. He would even carry this gun to the club as well too, but D-Rock and Bonds also carried guns for Diddy because they worked security. So then towards the end of her testimony, she was asked a little bit about why she parted ways with Diddy, and said that she continued to even stay in contact with Diddy after parting ways. Dawn said that if she didn't pick up the phone, the phone situation, that he would just call, and if no one was answering, then he'd get assistants to call. Dawn said she experienced that for herself, where she said that his assistants and management would call her if she wasn't answering Diddy's calls himself. She says that she stayed pleasant, and this is something that I thought was interesting, Jesse, mainly because, you know, for the longest time, myself would just think that as far as Diddy's relationship with Dawn Richard specifically, that it was a special one, because, you know, I was a huge fan of Making the Band back when I was younger, and I just remember Diddy specifically kind of having his eyes on Dawn just as she would be the superstar, and he kind of propped her up and propelled her up, and so we all thought that, you know, they had a great relationship. So even it was surprising when Dawn had filed her lawsuit against Diddy a few months back, and even her talking about it under testimony today, she said that she's...
Now, I've been seeing all these reports. About Audrey, you know, Oddie, possibly testifying. But I could have swore the other day, and I'm going to have to go back and find it, I seen a thing where she said that she is not going to testify in the Diddy case. So I'm wondering where all these reports of her basically going to testify are coming from, when I could have swore I seen that she said she wasn't.
Made pleasant with Diddy, essentially because she was scared of him, and said that she just wanted to exchange pleasantries, even referred to him as bro, something that I think she doesn't necessarily mean, but just said it because I think she just wanted to continue to maintain that relationship in a professional way, but still witnessing all of this. So I thought that was an interesting moment that she had talked about today. She said that she didn't disclose the violence because she was told not to disclose this by Diddy, and as well as even Harve Pierre. But she said everything kind of changed for her when Cassie took a stand and told her truth, and that was Cassie filing her lawsuit. Obviously, everything kind of happened afterwards.
From Dunn, y'all.
She said that she, being Dawn, referred to her lawsuit specifically as something that referred to herself, as far as just all the allegations that she put in, because a lot of the allegations she put in her civil claim just weren't necessarily talked about during her testimony today, especially under direct. But she says that this lawsuit is still pending, and she says she's not aware of any type of settlement in the case so far. She said that she wasn't expecting compensation, which is interesting because under a cross-examination, she said she was expecting compensation.
Everything
as far as the time
coming
that she
from
had worked,
Dunn.
but under direct, she said she wasn't expecting compensation, but she was essentially just expecting justice, and that just wrapped up her direct testimony.
Right.
So they touched upon a lot of key points, I think, to kind of help solidify Cassie's claims. But when I tell you the cross-examination was the cross-examination to watch.
What's up, Jazz?
So I was taking notes of what you were saying, and a couple things here. Yes, so she filed her own lawsuit, if I remember correctly, accusing Diddy of groping her, imprisoning her, threatening her life. I think when she tried to intervene, you're right, there were aspects of it.
Now they saying Dunn already had her own lawsuit. She got a civil lawsuit going on right now against Diddy. And they kind of told you some of the things that was off inside of that lawsuit that she alleges that Diddy did to her as well. You know, so she got a civil lawsuit against Diddy, plus she testifying in the federal trial. Man, it's crazy, y'all. It's crazy.
Weren't a part of her direct examination. By the way, when we did the lunchtime show on Law and Crimes YouTube, I remember at least one of the questions we got from our viewers was, how come this wasn't brought up? How come this wasn't brought up? And it seemed it was very specific. So for me, from a legal point of view, I think she did a couple of things, right? So obviously she corroborated Cassandra Ventura Fine's account that she was physically abused, but that is doubled down by the video, the 2016 video, the photographs of Cassandra Ventura Fine's alleged injuries, other witness testimony.
Yeah, she got a $10 million
that she was
lawsuit.
physically abused.
Shout out to you,
but I think what she also did very
for
well, or at least I think what the
100.
prosecution was trying to assert, why she didn't come forward. Why didn't she speak out? Why didn't she confront Diddy? Though that is very consistent with why Cassandra Ventura arguably didn't leave the relationship or go to.
But a lot of people have that question. Why now? Why y'all haven't been did this like when all of this was going on? Why y'all wait till right now to do it? You know, they saying, man, they were scared of Diddy. I understand. I'm just saying, I don't know, man. It's crazy. Why wait all this time?
The authorities or speak out. The power, the influence, the threats, those are key factors that the jury has to consider. And when you talk about the guns and you talk about the violence, that goes to the means and the methods of the racketeering charge. So the prosecution has said that he is operating this criminal enterprise, that it was engaged in a pattern of illegal conduct, and that he would use violence and intimidation and his resources and his assistance and his power to silence people and to commit these crimes and to cover it up, which is, by the way, why I think it's so important that Dawn Richard talked about how there were assistants involved, their security, and saw what was going on but did nothing. So it seems that her testimony not only helped or tried to corroborate Cassandra Ventura's account, but also tied in and tried to prove some of the elements of racketeering. And by the way, talking about the drugs, that could go to the predicate crime. So remember, racketeering, the prosecution has to prove at least 2 underlying crimes. There's forced labor.
All right, Dark Angel, thank you for stopping in.
Obstruction, bribery, arson. You talk about the drugs, you could see how that might tie into that. Now, let's talk about the cross-examination, okay? I thought this was quite notable from what I was reading on the notes.
And they said that this cross-exam really put it out there, y'all. Shout out to Josiah for being a member for the last 8 months. She say, let's go.
But obviously the notes don't serve justice because you were in the courtroom to see all the cross-examination. So, A, who did the cross-examination of Dawn Richard, and what were the highlights of the cross-examination?
Well, a lot of us were initially thinking that it was going to be Mark Agnifilo doing the cross-examination because on Friday he was the one posing all the objections, but then he clarified with the judge earlier today outside of the presence of the jury that it wasn't going to be Mark Agnifilo doing the questioning. It's actually going to be Nicole Westmoreland, and she was somebody who would come onto the Diddy defense team a little later on, pretty close to trial essentially, but a lot of us may know her because she had previously represented one of the YSL defendants and she had previously kind of worked with Brian Still in that capacity, but this was the first first time we actually saw her kind of doing her work inside this trial, inside this courtroom. And it was something to see because let me tell you something, Jesse, Nicole Westmoreland, she is a little tiny as far as just her height and her stature, but man, she is mighty, and she delivered a mighty cross-examination, let me tell you. So initially when they were first talking to her being...
So y'all hear her say that the state issued a mighty cross-examination, meaning they was on Dunn top. Let's see what they was asking.
Don Richard, they were asking her about her lawsuit, of course. They were asking about whether or not she was aware of the motion to dismiss and whether or not that this was a pending matter that she had even known about. And Dawn said that she wasn't aware. She said she wasn't aware of a demand letter. She said, and this is something interesting, that she had filed her suit in September of 2024, which was just a few weeks, from my understanding, before Diddy was even arrested. Then she was asked how many times she had spoken to federal prosecutors. Dawn wasn't necessarily sure about the number. Nicole Westmoreland was like, did you speak with them about 8 times? Is that kind of fair for me to say? And she said she couldn't recall how many times she had spoken to federal prosecutors prior to her testimony. The defense asked her, and this was a very...
She know everything else, but she couldn't remember that.
Point throughout her entire cross-examination was, have your answers changed over time? And then that's when Nicole Westmoreland was just kind of boom, 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 boom. You changed this, 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 and this. Because when they got to the egg skillet incident, Nicole Westmoreland asked, on Friday you testified that Cassie was cooling eggs. Diddy comes downstairs, he hits Cassie with the skillet, and then she drops into the fetal position. Dawn said that yes, she did say this. And
now that's the one with the skillet. Cooking eggs, where's my food? She drops down to the ground fetal position, and from there, Diddy was supposed to have put hands and feet on Cassie, according to Dunn.
She said, is this the first time you've spoken about this incident? And then she said she did speak about this in her civil lawsuit, and she spoke about it with prosecutors, and she's speaking about it during her testimony. And then they brought back the civil lawsuit to talk about it because she claimed in the lawsuit specifically that she didn't see the pan actually hit Cassie during this entire incident. And
John say Diddy was
Nicole
a cow.
Westmoreland asked, are you aware on your behalf that you heard something but not saw something? Then there was an objection. That objection was sustained. Then Nicole Westmoreland asked her, you told the government that he attempted to hit her. You need to tell the truth, and that she was essentially giving 2 different stories. Then they brought back her interview in March of just this year, where she had told prosecutors that Diddy threw eggs at Cassie in this incident, and that the pan didn't hit Cassie during this incident. And then she was kind of asked, okay, did he throw the eggs? Did he throw the pan? Did he hit her? Did he attempt to hit her? Really, just what was it? And then Nicole Westmoreland was like, is it hard for you to keep your story straight? And then Dawn said, again, Dawn being kind of very soft-spoken when she's giving her testimony, says, I told it to the best of my recollection. Then she was asked again about the whole people go missing statement that she had made on Friday and even today.
People go missing. Man, that's basically Diddy threatening her. That's crazy, y'all. You know, him threatening her, you know, basically saying, hey, man, you know, y'all should just be quiet about this. Don't speak on it. Because people come up missing. That really mean, you know what I'm saying, y'all could be possibly unalived. Y'all know, how, man, that's crazy. That's crazy. Well, did he take the stand? He said he wanted to when this thing first started. So it'll be interesting to see if he does or not. But he said he would.
Just as far as insinuating that people go missing just equates to a death threat. Nicole Westmoreland said this is not the first time that you explained that incident because you sat down with prosecutors, and then that's when she started going by all these different dates. She's in 2024, Diddy had told Dawn, and this was according to the statements that she had made to federal prosecutors, that this was a passionate argument, and that the defense says you didn't tell prosecutors at this time the whole where I'm from, people go missing part. Then in the March 18, 2025 interview, this is, I guess, her second interview with federal prosecutors.
So they went back down memory lane, y'all. They went and reviewed everything she been telling the police up until this statement right here, or past testimonies that she has given regarding this situation, and found out that this people come up missing is something extra that she added on. Basically saying that Dunn wasn't always saying people come up missing, saying that Diddy said that. This is something that's brand new in this federal trial. I guess to make him look even worse than he already do.
The defense says that you didn't tell prosecutors about the whole people go missing part. Dawn says, I'm answering the questions as best I can. Then in April, she was asked about the whole egg incident again with federal prosecutors. And again, these conversations that are being had with federal prosecutors aren't with Diddy present, aren't with Diddy's defense attorneys present. And so essentially it's just Dawn and other witnesses meeting with federal prosecutors, essentially going over their statements and what their testimony could look like, that type of thing. But during this April 17th meeting, which was just a few weeks before trial, they spoke about this egg incident again. And Dawn apparently or reportedly didn't bring up this people go missing claim, and she didn't bring this claim up again until May 10th, according to the defense. So the defense was really just kind of like, you need to be honest about this. They were really just saying, why do you have to be, why, if you're not scared that Diddy is there and you're not scared about Diddy's threats, then why weren't you just more forthcoming with prosecutors? Why didn't you bring up these types of incidents? And so they were really just kind of getting her to kind of admit or kind of trip her up there a little bit. Then she was asked about these other incidents, such as the dinner incident with celebrities there. And that's when you start to hear the names of Neo and Usher being present at this.
Whoa, Neo and Usher being present. Listen.
Then she was asked about these other incidents, such as the dinner incident with celebrities there. And that's when you start to hear the names of Neo and Usher being...
where they at? Why they didn't come testify?
Present at this incident. And she was asked, why didn't she mention that other celebrities were there? She really only mentioned that Diddy's employees were there. And Dawn's...
So back then, in her original story, she didn't ever mention these other celebrities that were in the building. She only mentioned Diddy's staff. Now, all of a sudden, we get to a federal trial, and Neo and Usher was there.
Said that she wasn't asked what celebrities were there. And so then they bring her civil claim or her civil lawsuit again and talk about how there was this incident in the civil lawsuit where Diddy allegedly dragged Cassie out of a car, but to the federal government.
Lord, he done dragged her out the car, allegedly. Dunn's story keeps switching. They asked her when they first started, hey, have you told any different versions of this story? But now they pointing them out.
That this didn't happen and that she was actually misquoted from her lawyer, which I thought was kind of, a little interesting there because her lawyers are sitting inside the courtroom when this.
All right, we back, right? We back. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all see me? They said I froze. Are we back? Let me know if we back. Y'all know it be tripping, man. I don't know why it be freezing. Are we back, though? Let me know y'all can hear me. Drop a 1 if y'all can hear me back there. Can y'all see me? We back? Yeah, y'all know I know how to fix it. All you got to do is let me know I'm froze, and we back, man. My bad. I don't know why I keep on freezing, man. I don't know why I keep on doing that. Most definitely double tap that screen. Continue to get the likes up. Most definitely subscribe to the channel if you new. We on the road to 26K. I had a slight hiccup, but I'm back. Let's go.
Testimony is going on, and so she kind of essentially blamed that this was kind of a mischaracterization from her attorneys when they were drafting or writing up that lawsuit. Then she was asked about the Central Park Festival and the whole incident there where Diddy allegedly punched or I believe slapped Cassie in the face, and she was asked, was there a camera crew there, because they were reportedly filming something during this, and that Dawn was quick to say that this whole incident wouldn't be on video and that they weren't actually filming in the bathroom, so whatever camera crew was present didn't capture just, I guess, the interaction between Cassie.
That's crazy, y'all.
And Don Richard inside this bathroom. And so at one point I thought they were going to bring up the video inside the courtroom, but we didn't see any type of video, I guess, from this whole day or anything like that. And then she was asked, the defense said she was never alone.
Let's go, Penny. Let's go, Penny. 50 piece in the dough. Shout out to Penny for that 50. She say, he didn't pay me off. He is guilty. Let's go. If you ain't get paid, he is most definitely guilty. She dropped that 50. He guilty in my eyes. I'm just saying. Yeah. I'm just saying. I'm with you, Penny. Whatever, it's your world. Whatever you say. If Penny say guilty, he guilty.
alone with Diddy. There was always someone else there, like Kalina Harper.
Money talk, nonsense walk. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. Shout out to Penny for that 50 piece.
I think kind of pretty interestingly, after after Don Richard's suit came out, Kalina Harper kind of made this statement, or she did an interview, just essentially kind of denying Don's claims that she didn't witness Diddy beat Cassie, and there's been kind of a lot of
Miss
there.
D?
So I think, as far as Kalina Harper is concerned, I think that it's possibly the defense might use Kalina Harper to kind of dispel what Don Richard had to say, maybe possibly as a defense witness, but I'm not 100% sure there, so I just definitely want to point that out there. Then
Ronald from McDonald's say Diddy innocent. Let's go.
Diddy's security team brought guns around because they're protecting this mega celebrity, and so of course his bodyguards are going to be carrying guns around. And she was asked, what instances did you see Diddy carry these guns? And she said that she saw one incident at the studio in New York, another incident here in New York, another incident at Diddy's house, also in New York. And Diddy said that, Dawn said that she never saw Diddy wave a gun around or load.
504 says, Al B said he is supposed to testify. He gonna tell it all about Kim if he does and how they tried to take him out. Wow, man, let's go. Hey, if Al B sure take the stand, there's most definitely gonna be some fireworks.
Or put bullets in it, but she just reaffirmed that she did see Diddy with a gun. Then she was asked about drugs again, kind of going piece by piece about kind of dispelling her testimony under direct there. But she was
fire this artist, man. Diddy look like he about 79 sitting right there, man. He look like an old man. They need to fire this person.
Was asked, was there ever a time that you pretended to do drugs? And Dawn said that she did. Then she had testified today she saw Diddy do cocaine, but didn't tell this to prosecutors during her October interview. And during her October interview, according to the defense, she never said that she saw Diddy do any type of cocaine. And Dawn admitted during this time, because really Nicole Westmoreland was really just kind of like poking every hole that she really needed to poke here. Dawn admitted that over time her story has changed because overall these events happened so long ago, and I think that kind of worked into her favor as far as why she wasn't recalling some of these. You know, we're talking about 2008, 2009, it's 2025, and I think she was kind of, essentially saying that this was a long time ago, and so that's why kind of her memory has been a little back and forth there. She was asked about One Stop, and then when they were referring to One Stop, again, this being this alleged drug dealer that would bring Diddy drugs to the studio, she was asked who gave payment to One Stop.
Now they done put that's the picture of Diddy raising his hands up in court when basically he was pointed out, I think, by Dunn.
And she being Dawn told the government that she never saw anyone give payment to One Stop, and so there was kind of that, and so that was another moment where it's just like, oof. But as far as just the threats that Dawn says that she had went through, she said that she had felt scared just during her time working with Diddy, that she departed with Bad Boy in 2011, and the defense says that she being Don Richard actually asked Diddy to come back because she wanted to work with him again. And the defense says that there was times that Dawn herself initiated communications with Diddy on several occasions.
K say, I'm telling you, man, they got Diddy looking like a Grady from Sanford and Son. Yeah, they do. Let's go.
Even though Dawn was allegedly scared of Diddy. And so then they were talking about Don Richard's career overall, just how they sold hundreds of thousands of records with Danity Kane, something I think was interesting that they had talked about, because given that Aubrey O'Day, one of her former bandmates, had talked about.
Let's see what Brandon talking about. Brandon says Diddy will walk because they talking about domestic violence. That's not why he is on trial. He is on trial for racketeering and ex-trafficking, and they not talking about that, and he gonna walk. Okay, he feel like he gonna walk because they not talking about the ex-trafficking. I feel you, bro. I feel you. Hold on real quick. Let's get, hold on. I got something else for y'all. They had Gene Deal basically speaking on this situation. Let me find it real quick. You know, I'm bouncing, but we most definitely gonna get to it. We most definitely gonna get back to that right there. Once I find this Gene Deal clip I wanted to show y'all real fast. Here you go. Check this out.
Patriots literally just stepping out of court. This is crazy, guys. I was in the actual Courtroom. I got in there, my man KK, it worked. Diddy made eye contact with me, looked at me and waved hello. He looked around and waved hello to me. Oh my God, this is crazy. So lots of stuff happening. Dawn Richard took the stand again. And guys, I hate to say it, the lawyer for Diddy, Miss Westmoreland is her name. She's a bulldog. I told her that. I saw her out in the hallway during a break. I was like, you are good. And she's like, thank you. But I mean, Miss Westmoreland destroyed Dawn Richards on the stand. I hate to say it, but that's what everybody coming out is going to say, that Dawn Richard was just totally discredited on the stand. Why?
Whoa, see, I told y'all, you know, this cross was supposed to be something serious. Said that Dunn got discredited. Say the defense tore her apart.
Because she had 8 different meetings with the feds, the government. Oh man, is that Gene Deal?
That'd be me.
Can I say hey to you for a second on my TikTok? Guys, this is Gene Deal. Yeah, I've been reporting on you for a while.
There you go, old Gene Deal. Why he ain't on the stand?
Guys, this is Gene Deal. Gene Deal, how are you feeling, my friend?
With all the talking Gene do, why he ain't on the stand? I'm just saying, he should have been the first one they called. Him and Jaguar.
Give my Patriots an exclusive. What do you think's going on in there? Guys, Gene Deal is the main man. He's the bodyguard. He has been the one leading the entire front on this Diddy campaign. That's it, right? Right? I mean, besides Jaguar Wright, you're the most credible person we have. You're Diddy's ex-bodyguard. Tell the folks, man. You don't want to say much? Come on,
you already
Gene.
did it, Playboy.
Come on, Gene. You're always saying something. Give him something here. What do you think? Do you think Diddy's going to get off, or you think what are we looking like?
I think the prosecution is doing a great job. They need to keep up the good work.
Right?
Gene says the prosecution is doing a great job. They need to keep up the good work.
We're real lenient on them because they could have hit them with way more charges than they did, and that's it.
What do you think about Dawn Richard? Miss Westmoreland was like, the lawyer was destroying her on the stand, her credibility. She had 8 different times she met with the feds, and they're like, why did you not mention anything about Diddy threatening your life and all that time? Do you believe Dawn Richard?
A lot of people are traumatized, man. You know, you got to look at it that way. You know what I'm saying? You got to look at something that this guy holding their life in their hands.
Right, and that makes a difference. Hey, I appreciate you, man. Thank you for everything you
did. He said some of the people were traumatized. Diddy held their lives in his hand. That's what Gene Deal said. Where is Farnsworth Bentley? That was my question, too. I asked that a while ago. Where's Farnsworth?
All right. Guys, that's Gene Deal. Thank you. Okay. Oh, that's an exclusive. Hey, how are you doing? Thank you, sir. Oh, you did? Thank you.
So a lot of people are saying she got double crossed in this cross examination, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying though. But back to it. Look, there go Audrey.
How much they all got for publishing, essentially that being $300. Something that Dawn didn't talk about during her testimony today, but just something, for our viewers to kind of understand that the defense was trying to paint it as they sold hundreds of thousands of records, they got a claim, all this stuff, but then in the back of their mind, they really didn't get much money from their actual deal working with Diddy. But the defense talked about how Diddy didn't even want to sign Dawn Richard as a solo artist, but that Dawn continued to reach out to Diddy even again as late as 2020, 2021. The defense claims that Dawn was angry about the dismantling of the group.
Lenise say him and J-Lo hide. Let's
both
go.
Kennedy Kane and Dirty Money, or just Dirty Money itself, but Dawn essentially said that she was saddened by the whole situation. She was asked about Cassie's lawsuit as well, too, and said that, did you file your lawsuit shortly after Cassie filed her suit? And she said yes, which I think was kind of a little misleading there because it wasn't.
Nene, what's up, Nene? Nene saying, don't think because Diddy locked up, he done stopped putting up, what she say, he done stopped putting on that pressure. So you feel like they still scared, even though he locked up.
Really directly after that Dawn Richard filed her lawsuit. It was almost a year after that she had filed her suit, but I think probably to the jury they might think, oh, Cassie filed her suit, Dawn filed her suit right after, and that essentially they just are after money from this this mogul who has a lot of money, and that Dawn said that she wanted to file her suit to get compensation for her work, essentially something different that she had told under direct, where she had said that she just wanted justice, but under cross-examination, it was that she did want compensation for the work that she felt like she was owed while she was a recording artist for Sean Combs. And so I think under the
Leanne just said, put Audrey on the stand. Let's turn up. Man, she said she wasn't going to testify, but I've been seeing reports that saying that she is going to testify. So I don't know. Diddy got hitters on the streets. Let's go, K-Cell. I actually like hear from Lori Harvey. Yes, her name was brought up as well. Facts, Penny, but we ain't forgot. We still on yo. Let's go.
Correct. The prosecution was really just kind of talking about the threats that Diddy allegedly made as far as keeping quiet and people going missing. They were talking about Dawn's work experience with Diddy, how it was a volatile work environment. She had said that essentially every meeting that she informed the government of Cassie's physical assault. So that was something that she didn't change throughout her testimony. That was something that kind of was a sticking point throughout all of her meetings with the government. Again, she was asked about the egg skillet incident. And then that kind of just ended the redirect. And then under the recost, it was kind of the same thing. Just you reached out to Diddy very recently. You were trying to kind of re-engage on making...
Whoop, Dunn still reaching out to Diddy as well.
The band, this reboot that they were trying to do a few years ago. You were trying to get everything back together. And if you were so scared of Diddy, why would you try to get Dirty Money back together? And that was essentially...
Which was something that people keep on bringing up. You know, if you're so scared of Diddy, why is y'all going back to go contact him, you know, after you done filed lawsuits, this, that, and the third, and you swear to God, you're terrified, but you go back and contact him again?
Because she was trying to help out Kalina Harper, but then Nicole Westmoreland was like, you know what all that entails. If you were to get the group back together, you'd have to do tours, you'd have to be in hotels together, you have to do appearances together, interviews together, travel together. And Dawn essentially had to say, you know, she was willing to do that, also while saying that she was feeling threatened and intimidated by Diddy. So the cross-examination was a little rough. It was a little hard to watch, but I think, you know, to Nicole Westmoreland's point, she kind of did what she had to do, which was have a lot of
They said the cross-examination was harsh, y'all. That means they was grilling her.
Thinking, wow, if you said this under direct, but you said this under cross, really, what can I believe? And I think the defense did a really good job there at kind of getting to that point.
Yeah, she raised a number of questions about her credibility, about Dawn Richard's credibility. You know, a witness who has inconsistent statements or says things allegedly at the first time or near a trial.
You got to keep, remember, I told y'all, wording is important in court. You got to keep your stuff together, man. If you start out with a story, you got to keep it all the way through. Because if you change it the slightest bit, the defense is going to pick up on it, man. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever. You got to keep the same story all the way through, as they just showed you with Dunn, with her changing statements, leaving this out, leaving that out, introducing this, introducing that. When you wasn't saying that at first, you should have stuck with that one story. But let's go.
Juries sometimes don't look favorably upon that. The idea of a financial incentive and motivation, same thing we heard with Cassandra Ventura. Before we move on to the next witness, real quick, Elizabeth, I know it's impossible to know, but how is the jury reacting to the cross-examination of Dawn Richard? Were they attentive? Were they checked out? What could you tell?
Well, the jury was very attentive during this, because when I always say the word tennis match eyes, because that really is what it is, where it's like Nicole Westmoreland asks a question, then they go to Dawn Richard. Dawn Richard answers the question, then they go to Nicole Westmoreland. I saw some of the jurors taking notes. I saw some of them looking at the exhibits, which there weren't too many exhibits during Dawn's testimony. It wasn't like a whole bunch of text messages that we got during Cassie's testimony, or even like Carrie Morgan's testimony that we'll get to in just a little bit. But as far as just Dawn Richard's testimony overall, I felt like the jury was maybe thrown for a loop a little bit once cross-examination happened, because I myself, if I was a juror on there, I'd be like, oh, wow, so you said this here, but you didn't say this here, and yet I know you're trying to be honest and tell the truth, but your statements aren't making the most sense. And so I can only imagine what the jury was feeling, but as far as like being checked out, didn't see any of that.
Okay. Now we move on to Carrie Morgan, somebody that we heard about a lot last week when Cassandra Ventura Fine was taking the stand.
All right, so at this point, you know, Cassie's homegirl comes to basically testify on the stand about what she witnessed Cassie go through at the hands of Diddy. But we're going to get to that in a second. Because I told y'all the other day, we most definitely have to go check out some more of what Jaguar Wright had to say about all of that. How about we do that right now? Since we seen a little bit of what Gene had to say, we're going to go check out a little bit of what Jag had to say about all this. Hold on real quick. Let me take us over there real quick. Hold up. Y'all know I got to do this the ghetto way. So just bear with me for a second. Hold up. Let's pick up where we left off the other day.
You know?
Yeah, she made a statement saying that they asked her, why did you...
This is Jaguar on the whole Diddy situation.
Not participate in freakoffs. And she made a statement saying that if it wasn't going to be me that day, he'll just find someone else. Therefore, yeah, can you speak on that mentality? Like, if it's not me, it's going to be someone. So
we'll get back to the other half in a minute.
For this.
It sounds like somebody who had already just accepted that this is what it was going to be and better me than somebody else. I get that.
Wow.
Most people don't. They don't want to get it. Do you want to know one of the things that I discovered while talking with people in the streets in New York? Because the truth is, the vibe around the courthouse, you walk 2 blocks, it's completely different. The rest of New York, they don't even care. Matter of fact, they can't wait for it to be over.
Wow.
And it showed me how hard New York has become. Because the truth is, every time one of the bad guys is on the hook. In New York,
we already know. She told her story for the longest, nobody listened. You know, it's still people right now that ain't listening.
9 times out of 10, they get off. Like, these people are totally desensitized. I've heard so many people...
504 girls say Jaguar's unpredictable.
Say, hey, it's a lot of evidence, but you know they're going to rather just let them off. People really believe that. And guess what? For decades, they've had reason to believe it. The diddler has been diddling and doing all kinds of crazy stuff for decades.
The diddler, been diddling and diddler. Lord have mercy. Let's go, Jaguar.
Yeah, they just gave him a key to the city. They gave him a key to the city.
Well, you see the mayor that did that, and you see where he's at right now. Ain't nobody talking about him either. Should we put him on a milk cart? They're trying to pack everything away really neat. But at the end of the day, anyone who can look at that young woman, and she's still a young woman, even though Cassie's a full-grown woman now, mother of 3.
The Jaguar Wright, y'all.
She's still that little hurt girl. That's what people see. Can you imagine what it must be like for her husband right now?
Okay.
Because he
was finding out that she was going back to give Diddy some tail.
To her. He rescued her from that animal who hired him to train their bodies. You know, it's wild. I was talking to Diddy's. I was talking to Diddy's massage therapist. She was with him for 18 years.
Let's go. 504 say Jag could get on the stand and start rambling about Diddy and a lot of other things not related to the case. They wouldn't find her credible, unfortunately. Okay.
She worked on a lot of celebrities. Her and I will be having a conversation soon. Because she said listening to my commentary, it gave her a better understanding of all of the pain that she was relieving these bodies from. She didn't understand where it come from. That's how quarantined and tight they had it. They would go and do the damage, and then they would come to her for healing and wellness until she got too close. She worked with Justin Bieber, too.
Lord, all of this is allegedly.
Remember when Justin Bieber first started spiraling out, and then he was with Selena Gomez, and he started looking better and being better? He was working with this same therapist. And the second she got too close, they cut her off. She worked with Mariah Carey. Like, there's a lot of pain that's going on, and it's very well hidden. She never knew, because they know how to behave, when to behave. They know who to talk to, who not to talk to. They let this one in, they let that one in. If you get too close and you're too good a person, all of a sudden they send you to somebody else, so they cut off your work.
It's talking about people getting blackballed, in case that went over y'all head. You know what I'm saying? They cut off your work. That means you get blackballed. You can't go to work. If you don't confirm, if you don't go with what they want you to go with, you know, they blackball you. We heard Monique speak about being blackballed before. I'm just saying, Hollywood is one of those places.
This is a well-guarded, demonic life.
You know, Cassie spoke on one time in LA. Of course, they were at the Intercontinental, and Diddy heard that Suge Knight was somewhere. Left the Freakoff to mask up.
All right, this is when they talking about Diddy and them ran off basically to the left Cassie and them in the room and went off with the straps to go find Suge Knight.
Get in all black, grab the guns, going to look for Suge Knight. When you speak on bullying, you know, you hear stories like that and you're like, you know, these are stories that people will talk about, but, you know, to hear it firsthand and saying this is what's happening, where you'll leave a Freakoff to go look for your enemy, or it goes back to the Tupac Biggie scenario, which goes back to Keefy D. So they're kind of, I think they're dropping little things that could open up things later.
I'm hoping it for sooner. I'm really hoping for sooner. It's just wild to me. This all feels so surreal. Because I'll never forget sitting here with you guys telling you all of these things that you're hearing about and how you testify. And people say, oh, she's making it up. That never happened.
Oh, Jaguar.
I don't know. What is it like for you guys to hear all of this testimony after everything that we've shared together in these past 5 weeks?
It feels crazy.
Without question.
Wow.
The question is, why does everybody still want me to be a liar? Because it seems like, from my contemporary era, I was probably one of the only artists that was brave enough to tell the truth. The abuse, the beatings, the pharmaceutical abuse, the financial abuse, the gaslighting.
She has been speaking out for years.
The surveillance, light and heavy. How did all of this happen without law enforcement knowing? Oh, that's right. They did know. Because there are people that have brought in sworn affidavits. Prosecutors, lawyers, law enforcement, who said that they corrupted cases and put cases on people on behalf of the diddler.
This Jaguar time to shine, man. Hey, she most definitely rubbing it in right now, man. Gillian, Jag has been on the run for years, Lord. All right, gotta cash up on my sleeping this nights. All right, Leandra, shout out to you. See you tomorrow.
But they don't hear me though.
Can we, real quick, Jag, I want to as you brought up Tory Lanez a little earlier, let's segue real quick into Tory Lanez before we get back to this. For Tory Lanez to get...
Let's not get to Tory Lanez. Let's go back over here. We heard from Jaguar. We'll pick up on that later if we got time. But we're going to go back over here to the best friend's testimony that she gave today in the Diddy trial, man. I just wanted to take a break from that for a second. But now we're going right back to it. Let's go.
It was testifying. My understanding, this is Cassandra Ventura Fine's former best friend, not current best friend. Talk to us about the highlights from her direct examination. Then we'll move into cross. But first, direct examination. And do we have an understanding about why she is no longer friends with Cassie?
Well, Jesse, I got to tell you, it's pretty simple as to why.
So the friends ain't friends no more at this point.
Carrie and Cassie are no longer friends, and that answer is simply the defendant being Diddy. And I'll get to the reason why in just a second. But Carrie specifically, Carrie Morgan, was somebody that I personally myself was interested in all that she had to say. She has been Cassie's
Oh man, we need 9 more subscribers to hit 26K, man. 9 more subscribers.
That happened in 2018 that just kind of dismantled everything as far as their friendship goes, to the point that the two no longer even speak to one another, even though we all know that Cassie is...
K-Tell say, Jag was part of the circle of freaks until Jay-Z got rid of her, and she was salty and been speaking out ever since. All right, but that may mean if you say she was a part of the freakiness, she know what she telling on, even though she's doing it because she's mad. She's still telling stuff that happened. Bruce Cassie did not stand up for her when Diddy assaulted her, okay? Cassie's husband looks like a junkie, in my opinion. Let's go, OBI.
No longer with Diddy in
this is the best friend. What she had to say.
Just about that right now. But I thought one interesting point from Carrie's testimony today was that she did not want to testify. She had said that in open court today. She said the only reason she was testifying was because she was subpoenaed to testify, so she was required to do so.
Gillian said that Jaguar was an ex-worker. She said it herself. All right.
I will say, just in respects to the difference between Dunn, who appeared very nervous, very kind of quiet and timid as far as on the witness stand, from somebody who maybe wanted to testify, versus Carrie, who flat out said she didn't want to testify. I felt like Carrie's answers were a little more direct. She seemed a little more confident in giving her answers to the best of her ability. If there were things that she didn't recall, she just simply had said that. And so as far as the reason that Cassie and Carrie are no longer friends was because Diddy had assaulted Carrie with this wooden hanger. Apparently, he had grabbed her by the neck.
Dang, he was on Carrie too. Dang, y'all listen. Not only was he doing what he was doing to Cassie, putting his hands on her, he was putting the hands on the friend too. You got to be a bad dude to be putting your hands on your girl and her friends. Lord, have mercy.
To the point that Carrie had a concussion, and this was something that had happened in 2018. And there was a whole discussion after the fact, but the two haven't spoken really since this incident. And again, that's in 2018, so it's been a while now. But first,
Diddy turned into a modern-day Ike Turner.
The prosecutor, and that being the questioning by Meredith Foster, they were getting into kind of the foundational stuff. So they go back to the time period of around...
You heard that too, Nene? Yeah, say he left this woman with a concussion. Not Cassie, but her friend.
2004, that's when Carrie was living in Manhattan. She and Cassie had met while they were working on a modeling shoot. And
Gillian says, fun fact, the reason why Carrie and Cassie ain't friends no more, because Diddy paid, who did he pay? He paid the friend $20 million. And her and Cassie fell out. No, $20,000. And her and Cassie fell out. All right, let's go.
Jason was asking Carrie, did you see Cassie drink very often? And Carrie said that she didn't see Cassie drink much very often. She said that she didn't see Cassie do drugs at all at first. Then they started to get into the relationship between Cassie and Diddy.
We need 9 more subscribers, y'all, to hit 26K. If you're not subscribed, subscribe to the channel, man.
Started off in 2007. And she said, she being Carrie, said that she saw Cassie and Diddy often together, that they traveled together to Ibiza, to Italy, to Los Angeles, to Miami. She was asked about drug use and whether or not they did drugs together. And Carrie was very forthcoming. She said that herself, Cassie and Diddy all did drugs together, and these drugs were provided by Diddy. So
Yeah,
when Carrie was
we
asked
need
also
9 more
about the type of drugs that they used, it was drugs that we kind of heard them talk about prior to this. That being drugs like Molly or ecstasy or weed.
So she was on drugs as well. She said that they all did them together. Her, Diddy, and Cassie did them all together. That's probably why she took that 20K. What's up, Roxanne? You ain't got to put on the red light. What's up? What's up?
Carrie even admitted that she did opioids with Cassie around the time. Cassie herself, when she was under direct testimony and even cross-examination, she was talking about how she had an opioid addiction while she was testifying. But she said that she had gotten to know Diddy really well, and even at points thought, that he was pretty intimidating. But it seemed like altogether that they were kind of like a group of friends that would always hang out together. They did activities such as even going to Burning Man together. We even saw an exhibit photo of Carrie, Diddy, and a producer named Dallas Austin all at Burning Man together. That was one of the exhibit photos. But Carrie said that Diddy...
That boy named after stuff in Texas. Dallas Austin. Dallas, Texas. Austin, Texas. His name is Dallas Austin. Let's go.
Did have mood swings, that he would yell, he would get mad, and that Cassie essentially lost her confidence while she was in a relationship with Diddy. Carrie heard Diddy talk down to Cassie. He criticized her looks, how she behaved, who she talked to. She said that Diddy would call Carrie just to look for Cassie. So we had seen an exhibit photo of Carrie Morgan, a music producer named Dallas Austin, who was actually...
Let's go, K-Cell. It most definitely look like it.
Diddy and another man all together at Burning Man. So you could kind of feel just the close...
K-Cell said, by the looks of these drawings, I'm convinced that everybody, that he said that everyone that gets on the stand is on drugs. Let's go. Yaya says maybe that's why everybody's memories are so foggy. They've been on more drugs than your brain can handle. Let's go, Yaya. You might be on to something. I ain't think about that, But the thing is, I still haven't heard Diddy force anything down anybody's throat. You hear me? No, none of that. But I'm saying, like, when it comes to the drug consumption, I still don't hear anybody saying Diddy forced me to take this, or Diddy had me take this without my knowledge. No, they all are asking for him. Yeah, man, you got Molly, man. You got Christina. You got it. If you got it, I'm coming over. I'm doing whatever I want it. But he ain't forcing it on nobody that I've heard thus far.
Close relationship for the most part that they had where they all seemed like a group of friends together. And then it seemed like from Carrie's perspective, that one incident that had happened in 2018 really changed everything. And I'll go in more in depth in just a second. But as far as Diddy is concerned, Carrie admitted that Diddy had mood swings, that he would yell, he would get mad, that Cassie lost her confidence while she was with Diddy.
Well, Penny, you didn't hear that in the opening statement now, because we're going to go back to the opening statements from the prosecution and the defense here real soon. But for y'all that didn't catch it, that's why I pointed out the other day that Diddy's defense team said, yes, he's a drug dealer. They said he was. So distribution is still against the law. But he ain't fake. Them ain't the charges that they got him on, Penny. That's what his defense is arguing the whole time. The things y'all are bringing up ain't even what he on trial for. He's not on there for being a drug dealer. That ain't what he on trial for. I'm just saying.
Diddy talked down to Cassie, that he criticized her looks, how she behaved, who she talked to, and that Diddy would call Carrie just essentially looking for Cassie, something that we had heard about in different testimony as far as how if Diddy wasn't able to get in contact with Cassie, he would go through other means.
I don't got to read none of that. I got the opening statements for you. For you, Penny, from the prosecution and they opening statements saying what they looking to prove out of all of this, what his charges are, this, that, and the third, and how it all ties in. And then I got the defense opening statements where they say what they say, in his defense. I'm telling you. Honestly, the defense is basically saying everything that the state don't have Diddy on, he might be guilty of. But the charges that they have put against him, he is not guilty of. That's what they saying.
Such as his own employees, such as, in this case, Carrie, just to get a hold of her whenever Cassie wouldn't be answering the phone. And Carrie even said that employees would call Cassie as well too. So then that's when we see an exhibit photo of Christina Coram. Carrie actually refers to Christina Coram in a loving way, similar to how Cassie did, where they both had called her KK, and that's what they would refer to her as, KK. And there was one incident where Christina Coram...
All right, so they call Christina KK, and they call Cassie CC, fun fact.
AKA KK, would actually call Carrie to look for Cassie. And so then the prosecution asked Carrie about Cassie's career, and that essentially
Let's go,
in charge of her music, her career,
Look,
and that she...
I want to tell y'all this, L, because evidently they don't be paying attention. Let's go. L said, if you had been here, you would know this. I guess he talking to Penny. But anyway, or whoever else don't be here. I've been covering this since before it went to trial. You know what I'm saying? Like, as soon as they took him to jail, we've been on it. So we know a lot of the facts when it comes down to this. And plus, I be looking into some of this stuff so I can know exactly what's going on. You know, so I'm telling you, the prosecution got a whole slew of charges that the defense say that Diddy ain't guilty of. Is he guilty of domestic violence? Yes. Is he guilty of having a weird ex-life? Yes. You know, is he guilty of being a drug dealer? Yes. Is he and then they like, them are all things that he may be guilty of. But racketeering, being in traffic, and all the rest of these charges y'all got on him, he ain't did none of that. That's what they said.
Recorded a bunch of songs, something that Cassie testified to under her during her testimony, where Cassie recorded a whole bunch of songs. She was supposed to do a 10 album.
She gonna talk about, L, I'm always here in spirit. No, you need to be here in person.
Deal, only one album.
We can't see your
spirit.
She did a
mixtape that didn't go, that didn't elevate or anything like that, but that essentially she recorded all these songs that just wouldn't be put out. Carrie said at this time that she had witnessed Cassie getting physically assaulted around twice, so she recalled two different instances where Diddy had hit Cassie, had pulled her hair, something that a lot of other people have testified to, something that Cassie confirmed that it happened. So she recalled two specific incidents, one in the Hollywood Hills at a rented house by Diddy, and then another time in Jamaica. So the witnesses to the Hollywood Hill...
Listen to Ball and talking about if I'm here, Penny here. You'll get both of y'all putting time out.
Incidents were a security guard named Ruben and then Carrie. And during this incident, again, Diddy had hit her, pulled her hair, pulled Cassie's hair, I should say, and that Carrie had told Ruben, the security guard, to do something, and that essentially Ruben didn't do anything to kind of stop this incident from happening. She said after this incident happened that Cassie and both Carrie left. They hid over near a neighbor's house, kind of under the stairs, as Ruben and Diddy were essentially looking for the both of them together. And she said that they waited and hid for about 20 or 30 minutes during this incident, but that Cassie went back to the home afterwards. Then they recalled a 2013 incident in Jamaica where they were on vacation. It was with Carrie, Cassie, Carrie's friends, and then Diddy joined about, I think, midway through the trip. And that all of a sudden, Carrie heard Cassie screaming in a terrifying scream.
Yeah, I think she done left me, K-Cell. Yeah, baby mama, she's still here in spirit, even though we don't see her. She showed up one day. I guess we in the middle of we going to child support court, K-Cell. We going to child. We about to get some child support going.
At that, and said that Diddy was essentially mad because Cassie was taking too long in the bathroom, and that's the reason that he had allegedly drug her by her hair and pushed her to the point that she had hit her head. Carrie said that Cassie didn't move after she had fell, that she went into a fetal position, that Carrie even thought at one point that Cassie...
She gotta be cheating, K-Cell. She gotta be cheating. We don't even see her no more. She pop in and pop out, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, she might be cheating. I'm about to put myself on child support.
Was just knocked out because she just wasn't moving. Then all of a sudden, Carrie and Diddy get into a verbal argument, and during this, Cassie just ran off, and she ran into this wooded area, and then Carrie ended up getting on a golf cart. She found Cassie, and the two pretty much crouched together in a ditch, essentially hiding away
and
from...
nobody thought to call the laws.
Diddy. She says after this incident, Cassie didn't receive any type of medical attention, and that they just went back to the house that they had rented during this trip together. Those were just some of the instances that Carrie had recalled throughout her friendship of just kind of witnessing this type of physical assault and physical abuse from Diddy. But she said those were the two incidents that stood out to her the most. Then we kind of get into March 6th of 2016, and we all know that date very well because that was after the Intercontinental Hotel incident, something that we are all very familiar with. Carrie,
so how surprised was y'all to know that when they got into this situation right here at the Intercontinental Hotel, how surprised was y'all to know that this was Cassie's idea to have this freak off at that hotel anyway? I was shocked.
Just remembers Cassie coming back home. She had that hoodie on that we all saw from that surveillance video. She had dropped her bags and essentially just didn't say.
All right, so Cassie went home after this, and Carrie seen her. She telling us what happened when Cassie got home.
Anything, but when she had pulled her hoodie back, when she, being Cassie, pulled her hoodie back, she had a black eye. Then Carrie said about 30 minutes later, Diddy came over with a hammer, which I thought was very kind of stunning.
Whoa! Said that when she left, Diddy came like 30 minutes later and had a hammer in his hand. What was he finna do? Hit her like a nail? Lord, have mercy. Not a hammer. Oh, man. Oh, that's bad, Diddy. That's bad. Boy, Diddy is like, I guess he like the worst man for a woman to have ever. My boy showed up to the doorstep with a hammer after he already blacked her eyes. Lord, have mercy. Diddy, boy, But once again, he say he guilty of domestic violence. He's just not none of the rest of that stuff. Boy, he a bad man.
To say, and while Carrie was terrified that Diddy was kind of hammering and yelling and banging on this door, that Cassie was just numb. And this is one part that I wrote down that really kind of stunned me. That
she was numb because she had been doing a freak off, and she probably was on all type of drugs.
Carrie had said on the witness stand, she says, she being Carrie said, I don't think she cared if he had killed her. And I think that was just kind of a startling statement to kind of, for her to kind of say while on
Brandon say a hammer, really? And then y'all let him in and didn't call the police. Let's go, Brandon.
Stand today, because we all have seen that surveillance video so many times. But for Carrie, who was Cassie's best friend at the time, to say that she didn't care if Diddy would kill her, I think that was just kind of a very big sticking point during her direct examination. Carrie said after this incident that Carrie called Christina Coram, that being Diddy's like head assistant, and then D-Rock, who we all know now to be one of Diddy's security guards after this.
Belinda said it's like a trend. They don't never call the laws, and then they go back. That's crazy. A bunch of them have not called, not any kind of nothing, and then all of a sudden, go back. Why would you ever go back?
Diddy had left. He stopped with the whole hammering and yelling and banging on the door because he wasn't able to get into the apartment, so he eventually left. Another interesting point was that the police came over. They being the police, allegedly pushed Carrie into a wall, asked for her ID. Carrie told Christina Coram that the police were coming over. And I thought this was interesting because Carrie said that she didn't call the police, but Cassie, during her testimony...
We 7 subscribers away, y'all, from 26K. 7 more y'all subscribe, man. Subscribe.
Not because anyone had called them specifically. And so we saw some text exhibits between Carrie and Christina Coram where... Carrie.
All right, so 504 say, Mahel, come on now. How many times did Velvet go back before she actually left? I don't remember how many times. I know it was a couple, but I thought she was crazy too.
And wrote, I'm sorry.
She was crazy for going in the first place. Velvet. Yeah, Nature Boy, he was no Diddy. Let's get that straight. He wasn't buying no Birkin bags. He wasn't doing none of that stuff that Diddy was doing. The Nature Boy had him over there with no clothes, no baths, no none of that. You know what I'm saying? No treatment, can't go to the doctor. Yeah, I don't even know what made people even go to him in the first place. That do not seem appealing to me.
It's your call. I'm not used to this. SHIT. She said she was looking for someone to say the wrong thing so she could call it domestic violence, she being one of the investigators, one of the detectives. And then she also wrote to Christina Coram, Cash just asked me to send you that, which I thought was interesting, kind of verifying that Cassie wasn't one to go to the police, or even if the police were to respond, that Cassie would still kind of cover for her then.
All right, so Brenda says a classic trait in abusive relationships is codependency. Okay.
Boyfriend at the time, and that.
Well, you know, never mind.
Carrie, from her perspective, said she encouraged Cassie to talk to police, but that Cassie didn't want to talk to police. And so there were times where throughout their friendship that Carrie would tell Cassie to leave Diddy, that he controlled her job, her career, her car.
You ladies show making a bunch of excuses out there, man. I seen a couple of other content creators that were saying, man, Cassie for the streets.
Everything that he had given to her throughout this relationship together was part of the reason that Cassie had stayed.
Brenda said, say it.
Carrie had said that.
They said, don't hold back now. No, man, I'm a chill.
Like close friends beyond Carrie and Diddy's employees. Because even when Cassie was on the stand, she had said that Diddy's.
She said, I'm a girl. Fanny talking about, I'm a girl's girl. I always defend the women. Yeah, even when they wrong. Sometimes y'all be wrong, though. You know, y'all making all these excuses for stuff that just don't make sense. Okay, tell me. Okay, so since y'all here today, I've been asking everybody else this one question, right? So, did you break up with Diddy? She broke up with Diddy. She went with her new man. They got a house and everything. Say one day Diddy come over. Take the box on the living room floor. She didn't call the law. She didn't call nobody, but she called Diddy back later and text messaged with him all through the text message and talking, and they wound up agreeing. She'll wind up agreeing to go on another date with Diddy, right? So at first she said he took the box. Then she said after this date they had such a great time that she gave him the box. I'm confused. Why you have to take the box if you wanted to give him the box anyway? What made her not call the laws? What made her continue to... Now, you done moved on. You got a whole nother dude. I would have thought that when Diddy did that, she'd have called the laws on Diddy. That's all. There go her evidence right there. But instead of doing that, she thought about it and was texting him and talking to him on the phone and agreed to go on a date. And then gave him the box. And she said this in her testimony out of her own mouth. I'm trying to figure out why. You got a whole nother man, a whole nother life, a whole house, but you continuing. And then after that, she hit Diddy up on her 29th birthday. Everybody talking about how young she was, right? Hit Diddy up on her 29th birthday after she had been separated from him for years. Trying to do another freakoff. No, you OBI. Unless she was, I don't think that it could have been that. If she was still strung out, whatever, I think this was after that. This was after rehab and all of that. Groomed and conditioned. Groomed and conditioned wouldn't have you with no whole nother man. Groomed and conditioned, you'll still be there with Diddy. You woke up at some point, life flashed on, you got away from there. Away from all of that. And then it came to your house, forcibly took some stuff, you didn't send it to jail, and then you just wanted to give it some more box. Come on now, y'all. Come on now.
Staff was like family to her, and it was pretty much a big loss when everything had went down. But for the most part, Cassie herself still talks to some of his staff members, just kind of not like how it used to be or anything.
I love you. I miss you. And you got, now mind you, she was cheating on her husband. The same one that took the stand, the same one she having the baby by, she was cheating on him With who? With Diddy. I'm confused.
Thing like that. Then they get to 2018, and this is where kind of the friendship breakup really kind of kicks into gear. Carrie had said that she was at Cassie's house in the Hollywood Hills when Diddy assaulted her. Cassie at this point locked herself in a bathroom. Diddy had come over unannounced.
Jalen said, yeah, man, tell him here. After she said he took the box, she sent him a text message saying, my life is not the same without you. Come on now.
And that Diddy had choked Carrie and boomeranged a wooden hanger at Carrie, and it hit Carrie right in the right ear because Diddy was accusing Cassie of cheating on him. And so she had told one of Diddy's assistants, an assistant named Ryan, that Diddy was acting crazy. Then we see an exhibit photo of
K-Cell with this woman answer. Stockholm Syndrome. I bet. I'm just saying, y'all know I ain't tripping. I'm just saying I gotta play devil's advocate.
Ryan, Carrie says during this entire incident that she did get a concussion. She became dizzy. She was vomiting after this incident, and that she actually went to urgent care after this. And so this is where things just weren't the same ever for Cassie and Carrie specifically.
Y'all say Stockholm. I say she wanted to get her freak on.
That
she
went to a lawyer.
She got the freak on syndrome.
And that this lawyer was going to reach out to Diddy about the assault, and that Carrie was actually going to file a lawsuit around this time, this being in 2018. But instead of filing this lawsuit, everything was kind of underhanded, where Cassie kind of played the middleman, where it's like, if you don't go file this lawsuit, we'll just give you a settlement payout. That payout was for $30,000, and all Carrie had to do was sign an NDA in return. And so Carrie had said that this conversation she had with Cassie went down at a pizza parlor or some type of pizza restaurant over in California, and that Cassie had told Carrie essentially that she was milking the assault. And what ended up happening was that Carrie felt that Cassie didn't have her back in this type of situation. Carrie, in turn, ended up just taking the $30,000. She signed the NDA, and she hasn't spoken to either Cassie or Diddy since, because she felt like Cassie didn't have her back. And the summary of the direct examination was there's no pending lawsuits now.
All right, so if you just coming in, they telling us about Carrie, which is Cassie's best friend. They going over her testimony that she gave today at the trial.
Yeah, look, this is another example. What I think the prosecution is doing very well with Cassandra Ventura, who is the star witness in this case, alleged victim number one. Before they even called her to the stand, they had two supporting witnesses, the hotel employee from the 2016 event, a male performer who was hired or allegedly hired to have sex with Cassandra.
All right, that go thing. What was it? The Rock Man off of the Incredibles? You know, whatever his name, whichever, Fantastic Four. The Rock Man came back up again. Let's see what they was talking about him.
Ventura, you had the 2016 tape that was introduced to support her credibility before she took the stand. After she takes the stand, now you have Dawn Richard and Carrie Morgan,
that's what it is.
Further,
the thing. Let's go.
Seemingly trying to corroborate Cassandra Ventura's testimony. But what I think is interesting about Miss Morgan is she's talking in a way where it supports the prosecution's argument of a pattern of abuse of women, right? It's not just one woman for the racketeering and sex trafficking charges. This is ongoing. This is multiple people. This pattern of illegal activity, that there are people who were there, witnessed it, supports Ventura's claims. So she's a key witness, and I understand exactly why she was called by the prosecution. But obviously, the defense is not going to take this lying down. They, too, had an opportunity to cross-examine Carrie Morgan. What was it like? Was it...
All right, so that she gave her original testimony, and then the defense got in there and gave her a harsh cross-examination.
The same intense questioning as you described of Dawn Richard?
Not necessarily. So Mark Agnifilo was handling this questioning. So this is the first time we've seen him actually question a witness since trial has started. It was pretty interesting to kind of see him in action. He actually kind of was cracking a little bit of jokes with Carrie Morgan at the beginning, mainly just about him wanting to finish the questions up pretty quick because he knows that she wants to be done with her subpoena and be able to just leave. He says that, and then the cross-examination takes longer than just a few questions. So thank you so much, Mark Agnifilo.
All right, so this the cross right here.
It's interesting that he did during the cross-examination was he actually kind of took it back a little bit and asked her about Don Richard, which I was like, kind of, where is this going? Why is she asking about Don Richard when it's Carrie Morgan testifying? And so Mark Agnifilo started off with a photo of Don Richard, Kalina Harper, and Cassie Ventura over at that Central Park Festival. And I was like, why is he showing this to Carrie Morgan? And me speculating a little bit, I think they were trying to kind of introduce this photo and bring this exhibit photo in front of the jury because while Dawn was on the stand, she had always said that she's always with Cassie. She's seen her and she's seen Cassie and Diddy a number of different times. But then Carrie Morgan, who's been her best friend for 17 years, says she didn't know who anybody in the picture.
Now, Brenda, they were saying that I seen a clip where Aubrey said she wasn't going to testify in the trial. But then as of today, when I guess whenever Dunn took the stand or whatever, now they are saying that Audrey is going to testify. So I don't know. I don't know where she at.
Was beyond just Cassie. And so I think that was kind of a point that they were trying to a little bit discredit Don Richard's testimony there. But then Mark Agnifilo was asking about how long Carrie and Cassie had known each other. They had met since high school. Mark Agnifilo brings up Ryan Leslie. That was Cassie's boyfriend before she was with Diddy. He's a music producer. And from Carrie's perspective, they began dating around 2004, and they seemed pretty serious. But then they brought it back to how often did Carrie see Cassie and Diddy together. And she said, she being Carrie, said she saw them a few times per month, that she would see Diddy and Cassie together at the studio, at their homes. They traveled together. Then the defense brings up Burning Man again, and I keep bringing up Burning Man. The defense keeps bringing up Burning Man, and apparently this was something that Cassie and Diddy did together. It was kind of like their little tradition of going to this music festival out in the desert together, and so they brought that back up. And one thing that I thought Mark Agnifilo did, which was also pretty interesting too, was asked Carrie if Cassie was jealous of Kim Porter, and Carrie says that she was, again, something that Cassie had admitted to while she was testifying too, because Carrie said that Cassie was jealous of Kim Porter again being the mother of some of Diddy's children, that Cassie was jealous because she could never go to the New Year's Eve parties, and I guess that must have been a big family gathering between all of those families, and Cassie essentially wasn't allowed to go to that type of thing. So then the defense asked Carrie about who was paying for the studio time, because they were always in the studio, and Carrie said, I guess the label, and the label being Bad Boy. The defense asked if Diddy put Cassie into the studio with other artists like Kid Cudi and Lil Wayne, and then Carrie was like, I never said Lil Wayne, and then I think the defense was just kind of...
Kid Cudi, Lil Wayne, they brought Wayne into this.
Trying to throw it out there that because of Diddy, Cassie was able to work with like these big names such as Kid Cudi, who's been mentioned a number of times, Lil Wayne. Carrie said that she also remembers Cassie working with French Montana, Too Short. All of these artists were in the studio with Cassie. Then the defense asked about Diddy's jealousy.
I heard that ain't all she was doing with French Montana. But anyway.
And that Carrie kind of always saw the drama play out. Then she was asked about Chris Brown, another celebrity name that was mentioned a couple times.
Chris Brown came up.
The defense asked about Chris Brown and that Diddy was jealous of Cassie dancing on Chris Brown, and that Carrie says she actually doesn't remember.
Well, nothing better to make you mad than problems like your girl dancing on Chris Brown. You know what I'm saying? What is you doing? Yeah, man, I'm just saying your man on the floor. If he ain't, let me know. Yeah, yeah, Diddy was finna get you up out of here, Chris. Lord, have mercy.
Whole entire incident happening, because I think this incident with the Chris Brown dancing was like 2013, so 12 years ago now at this point. And so then that's when we get to another big celebrity's name. That was Michael B. Jordan, and she was asked, Carrie was asked about the movie shoot over at Honey 3 that was taking place in South Africa. She was asked about Cassie essentially blocking people, including Diddy, a time where Cassie and Diddy were not together, according to Cassie's perspective. That Cassie just was blocking him. She wanted him out of her mind while she was shooting this movie, because they brought back Gina into this whole situation. I'll get there in just a second, but Carrie kind of confirmed that Cassie and Michael B. Jordan were just speaking to one another, that they weren't dating, that they weren't.
Now they did put out rumors, that Cassie and Michael B. Was in some kind of a relationship. But she was just cheating on Diddy left and right, allegedly.
Intimate, that they weren't like this more than thing that Diddy himself kind of made it out to be, because essentially that was a big argument between Diddy and Cassie, was just that Diddy felt like Cassie was cheating.
Ballin', I don't got them kind of problems, man. You know what I'm saying? Dang, just imagine, man, you a superstar, and your girl is fanned out over Chris Brown. Lord have mercy, man. Lord, Diddy, I know he was mad. Ooh, I bet you he was turned. He did a whole bunch of Tootsie that day. I bet you he was pissed.
Michael B. Jordan, or at least pursuing Michael B. Jordan in a romantic fashion. Then Carrie was asked if she saw Cassie doing drugs in South Africa, and Carrie said that she didn't see Cassie doing drugs in South Africa. And then again, the defense trying to kind of confirm whether or not that Cassie and Michael B. Jordan were together. I thought that was just a kind of a weird moment. It's just like she already said that they weren't together, but the defense kept bringing it up a little bit there. Then they segued into Gina, and that Carrie confirmed Gina was kind of a big problem. And this was another point. She was saying that he was having a full-blown relationship with this little girl. And so the defense there had to be like, was this girl of age? And so that was kind of a whole moment where like...
Gillian says, Brandon, Cassie was jealous of Kim when she was alive. I heard that too, you know what I'm saying? Saying that Cassie would be laughing as Diddy made Kim open her box, talking about Cassie's, you know what I'm saying? Like drinking water out of Cassie's box, that Cassie would laugh. That's what I heard, allegedly.
They were kind of equating Gina to being a little girl because Gina was much younger than Cassie and Carrie at the time, but still the defense had to verify like, oh, this is not a minor we're talking about. This was still an adult woman by law, but that Carrie essentially called Gina a little girl and that she wouldn't go away. And then one thing that was kind of just a crazy utterance, I will say, is that Carrie said that Gina actually got pregnant. And so don't want to necessarily confirm that the father of this child was Diddy's or anything like that. But apparently this was something that was just kind of thrown out there. It wasn't really kind of delved into or anything like that, but just something Carrie threw out while she was under cross-examination by the defense. Then Carrie was asked whether or not there were times that Cassie wanted Carrie to cover for her, and Carrie says she doesn't remember. Then they get to the whole incident where Diddy was allegedly banging on this door with a hammer, and that no one took photos of the door, that police didn't show up till 3 hours later, because this was after the whole hotel incident. And police asked Carrie what all had happened. Carrie said she wasn't at the hotel when Diddy had physically assaulted Cassie, so she didn't say what happened there.
That's the question everybody been asking OBI. What the OBI says, what has this to do with any other charges? The DA are idiots. I'm just saying, it don't got absolutely nothing to do with none of the charges they have brought up.
Carrie confirmed again that she didn't call the cops. The cops had come because of all the noise that was going on. And she was asked again about her text messages with Christina Coram, again, that being one of Diddy's head assistants. And Carrie referred all these C's, all these...
But they don't look nothing like Diddy, y'all. Lord, man, they need to fire this dude. Diddy look like he got, you know what I'm saying, crack in his mouth, you know what I'm saying, instead of teeth. Boy, they got your teeth yellow as hell. Look at that, man. They don't look nothing like no Diddy, man. What is going on? That's crazy, man. Wow. Boy, they need to fire whoever drawing these pictures.
Okay, sorry about that. But Carrie confirmed that Christina was like the right hand of Diddy, and that she was always nice, and that she always tried to help. Belinda? Something that I feel like the defense will definitely possibly use later on a little bit. Then she was asked a little bit about her relationship with Diddy's employee.
He looked different in each picture. Like right here, he looked like somebody paw. I ain't lying. You know what I'm saying? He look like a grandpa for real right here. He about 70 years old.
Again, naming names like Christina Coram, D-Rock, Derek Roche as well, too, that they were all friends. And Carrie Morgan had talked about a person named Mia, who we expect to be testifying. And Carrie had said that Mia had a ton of energy.
Ballers say, what if the sketch artist is right on? Well, if he is right on, then Diddy is a shapeshifter, because he looked different in every picture.
That you kind of have the stamina to work with Sean Combs. And
look at her. You can't tell me I can tell she hasn't been on some drugs before by this picture right here. They must be drawing the monsters within or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you can't tell me she ain't used no Tootsie before. She looked like she done been on some Tootsie.
We got a little bit about that there. Then she was asked about the 2018 incident where she was hit with the wooden hanger. And that Carrie got a concussion. And then the defense was asking her why she stopped being friends with Cassie. Carrie says that Cassie wasn't supportive of Carrie after Diddy had hit her. Carrie says that Cassie never even reached out to her after this incident. They were essentially verifying that the $30,000 didn't come from Cassie herself, that essentially Cassie was the middleman.
Look, this look more like Diddy right here than the other picture. I told y'all he changed every time.
Again, that Carrie says Cassie offered money to sign the NDA so Carrie wouldn't publicly speak about this. And the defense asked why she's not friends with Cassie if Cassie didn't specifically harm her, something that they were kind of going on and on about as far as her cross-examination goes today. And Carrie says it was simply just because Cassie didn't reach out to her even after the fact. Later on, we were shown some more exhibit photos, those being of Carrie, Cassie, and a woman named Bonna together. Bonna, somebody who had also filed a civil claim against Diddy, somebody that we possibly expect to be testifying for the government in this case, but that's not 100% sure just yet. The defense, Diddy's attorneys, were asking Carrie if Carrie, Cassie, and Diddy all did drugs together. Carrie said yes, something that she had answered to under direct. The defense asked if there was times that Diddy wanted Cassie off drugs, and Carrie confirmed yes, that Diddy actually sent Cassie away to Mexico to get some type of treatment for this. And they were asked if Bonna brought drugs to Cassie, and Carrie did kind of confirm that. Then we saw an exhibit photo, this one a group photo. I couldn't tell if it was a selfie or just someone taking the photo and everyone was just super...
Hey, everybody that's new in the building, take a second to subscribe to the channel, man. We had 2 people unsubscribe. Y'all some haters, man. We 9 away from 26K. They don't want me to make it there. They being some real life haters today. It's all good, though. We'll get it. Shout out to everybody that's still in the building.
Close together, but Carrie kind of verified some of the people that were in there, like Eli Maroon, Rob Holiday, Kiki Palmer, Deontay Nash, a person named Luba, Bonna, and Cassie were all in this photo together. And I think the defense was trying to kind of get at, you guys did all these things together. You guys were best friends together. You got opportunities to go to places maybe you wouldn't have if your best friend wasn't dating a big giant mogul at this time frame. And so the defense was asking, did you guys have a lot of fun? And Carrie verified yes. Was it exciting for the wrong reasons? And Carrie verified...
Man, to me, Carrie's was longer than Dunn's. Lord, have mercy.
Yes, and Carrie had also said, the defense asked Carrie, you love some of them being...
Gillian, we are 9 away from 26K, man. 9 subscribers away, man. We need 9 more of y'all who are not subscribed to subscribe to the channel, man.
People that she's no longer friends with, but that she knew during her time being around Cassie, being around Diddy, and she said yes. We saw, again, another photo, that being the Burning Man photo with Lucas White, Dallas Austin, Diddy, Carrie, all in Burning Man together. The defense asking her, did you have fun? She said yes. And she was asked again, from your perspective, were Cassie and Diddy in love? And she said yes. From your perspective, he was flawed. Carrie said yes. Did you try to help Diddy be a better person? She said yes. Then we see this text message from Diddy to Carrie where he said, hey, I never asked you to call me, but it's about Cassie's birthday. If you can, it's a 5-minute call about her B-Day. I couldn't tell, or I couldn't necessarily...
Shout out to Gillian for gifting those 10 memberships, man. Thank you for taking part in making Maher's chat green again. I most definitely appreciate you. If you were in the building and got one of those memberships, make sure you thank her, because she did it and she didn't have to. Shout out to you, Gillian. Appreciate it.
really see, because I really do have bad eyesight. I'm sorry about that. But this long text message that was sent back from Carrie to Diddy, and it was essentially in summation about loving oneself, and that Carrie says she actually didn't remember sending this text message. And again, this message, it was kind of, it looked like a poem, and it was very kind of hard to see and kind of get all grasp of that. But I don't think these were Carrie's actual own words. I think these were a poem from some other author. They brought.
Shout out to Tony Love, says nice. I'm a new subscriber here. Shout out to you, Tony. Appreciate you subscribing, big bro. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, most definitely share the live.
Back the wooden hanger incident, and kind of ended on that, just about whether or not Carrie was called doing drugs, if there were drugs on the table, and that Diddy came in during this point accusing Cassie of cheating on him. Carrie didn't remember who this person was that Cassie was allegedly cheating with.
Oh, my bad.
And then
my bad, Tony. I'm
brought
sorry.
Up just her prior
Shout out to Miss
statements
Tony.
to the government from
Tony Love. Shout out
to a little while ago.
My
and
bad.
Just that when she had spoken to the government during this time period, that she had actually said she went to the hospital after this incident, but while she was testifying today, she said she went to urgent care, which, according to Carrie, she said that she thought they were just one and the same as far as urgent care hospital. Just kind of thought it was
for my people, y'all sit tight. We got Tony Busby coming up. He most definitely done came out and been speaking. I got some on him as well. Shout out to all the new subscribers. Continue to subscribe. Y'all know we go live over here from 12 till I run out of content or get tired. You know what I'm talking about? So, man, we most definitely locked in for all the latest and breaking Diddy information.
Similar at that point. And so she said that there was no police response to this incident, and that Carrie took photos, but she doesn't have them today. Then she was asked whether or not the government subpoenaed Carrie's devices, and Carrie didn't turn over her didn't turn over her communication devices, but she said she wasn't subpoenaed for those devices. So there was no type of photo that we saw of just the aftermath of this incident or any of that sort. The defense kind of brought it home with just these photos of Diddy and Cassie together along with Carrie, and this was after the 2017 Met Gala, and they're all kind of posed together on the streets of New York, and they seem like, you know,
Lord have mercy, Carrie's testimony is taking forever.
Had we not heard all this testimony, it seemed like just a great group of friends. But I think the defense was trying to kind of point out here that this was a fun time for you, that there was love here for you guys, and they really just kind of brought it home as far as just that this was just like a big just friendship fallout just from everything that had happened. Something that may have worked into their favor, but it's unclear to tell sometimes with the jury and how they're
Shout out to that boy Brandon for that $2. Appreciate you, big dog. Anything beats a blank. There's nothing too small or too large. We appreciate it all. Appreciate you, Brandon.
On into all of that.
Yeah, it's a lot of information. It's a lot of power dynamics, relationship dynamics. And we've talked about it with Cassandra Ventura too. You know, this idea there were maybe great parts of the relationship, or there was a love there. But the difficulty is she's claiming, and the prosecution is asserting, that she was a victim throughout this. And, you know, when you listen to Carrie Morgan, an important witness, an important corroborating witness, but at the same time, they may have been friends, but think about what she's testifying to now. Elizabeth, before we wrap things up real quick, I want to talk about David James, who I think is an important witness, because this is not a friend necessarily. This was the personal assistant of Sean Combs. And if we're talking about racketeering, in what the first few pages of the indictment, I don't care which indictment we're looking at, there's all superseding. They talk about the assistants and the people who might have helped or facilitated Sean Combs' criminal empire or alleged criminal empire, or were a part of this.
We need 8 more subscribers and 10 more likes, man.
That's why I think the assistants and the bodyguards are all a part of it. Not necessarily, I mean, that they're charged, but their testimony is important. And the idea is that Sean Combs ran this.
I might dabble in it, Panny. I might dabble in it a little bit. Speaking of him, I heard that you bring up the Amber Cumbry and Spree. Well, the Amber Cumbry and Spitch, dude. You know, they ruled that he was incompetent to stand trial. Yeah, they said that he wasn't mentally stable or something like that to go to trial. I seen that the other day. That was crazy.
Criminal enterprise where he can't do it by himself. So real quick.
Yes.
David James.
Yes. Yes, Tony, we might have to get on it, man. Yeah, Ballin say they dropped his charges. Yeah, they said that he was incompetent to go to trial. Yes, go if you don't believe me, go Google it.
Some highlights from his testimony. And by the way, is he going to continue his testimony into tomorrow?
Oh, he's absolutely going to continue his testimony into tomorrow. He probably was on the stand not more than even 20 minutes before the judge just kind of wrapped it for the day, sent the jury home, and then, he'll continue with his direct examination tomorrow. But as far as David James goes, he was somebody I was kind of looking forward to his testimony as well, too, because to your point, Jesse, I really kind of want to hear from the employees at this point and just everything that they had went through.
Yes,
because it seems like from the government's perspective, they're really just kind of honing in on the forced labor kind of perspective of everything, especially.
All right, so we got Ballin. Ballin says they said he was too old and incompetent to stand trial. This was the same courts and prosecutors that's doing Diddy case. This is the one dropped the charges. That's crazy, y'all. Did they drop his charges? He's gonna be released. Reading books, you know what I'm saying? Tony, I definitely wanted them to break down the case. Yes, I heard about Smokey, Cassie, Better Hide. Yep, I heard that. Yeah, it's something going on with that case, with the Amber Cumbry person. Yeah, I most definitely seen that they said, Ballin just gave me the new information with them dropping his charges, but I did see where they said that he was incompetent to go to trial. And they basically, you know what I'm saying? I guess they dropped it. Detroit love too, man. Sidewalk gang. Let's go, Jalen. Most definitely appreciate that too, man. Yeah, anything beats a blank. Thank you.
When it comes to this RICO conspiracy, because that's the number one question that a lot of people have on their minds, as far as the people I've been speaking to, is just how is the prosecution relating this to RICO? Because I think people have one idea of RICO in their mind, but kind of hearing how they're just slowly kind of piecing it together, you can kind of see it from both ways. But as far as David James's testimony goes, he did say he was testifying because he was ordered to do it by a subpoena, and by that order, he's essentially there to tell the truth. And so this was a former personal assistant of Diddy, who had worked for Diddy for about a 2-year time period from 2007 to 2009. And that's when we see some photo exhibits of Diddy. It's just kind of like a standard photo of him on a red carpet. And then we see a photo of David James himself as well, too. And so he says, as far as his work goes with Diddy, that it began around, again, that 2007.
All right, so this is Diddy's old personal assistant that also took the stand.
Time period in 2005, just a couple of years before he went to Michigan State. Shout out to Nick. Then he moved to New York City as an executive assistant.
All right, so Ballin says the Amber Cumbry and Fitch CEO is he's still currently locked up, but only for 4 more months, and after that he will be released. Dang. What's up, High Paranormal? Says he is going to be a product of justice. You think they gonna get Diddy, okay?
He wanted to pursue fashion, and then actually saw this job description by the New York Times and said that he applied to this job, and this job being a personal assistant of Sean Puff Daddy Puffy Combs, again in the New York Times, and applied to this position a couple of times. And let me just kind of date it here a little bit, Jesse, because this was before, we were able to just all apply through jobs through LinkedIn or through any of those.
So Penny went and looked. She says the Amber Cumbry and Fitch CEO was diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease, Lewy body dementia. Okay. Dang, man. So he about to get off. Diddy is going home because the prosecutors messed this all up, talking about DV and not the charges that they got against him.
The job boards online, that he said that he faxed in his resume, he emailed his resume, and he went to drop off his resume in person, something that you don't necessarily see nowadays. But overall, he said that he ended up going for an interview at Bad Boy Entertainment, something that's at 710 Broadway, or previously was.
What's up,
he had met with this woman named Basha, somebody who was a senior VP of Bad Boy. And this is where his voice kind of gets a little bit of shaky. I couldn't tell necessarily if he was about to cry or if he had a little bit of allergies or that sort, but it seemed a little emotional to me, where Basha had told David around this time period, it's Mr. Combs' kingdom, we're here to serve him. And I think that might have kind of pointed in the prosecution's favor there, just about what the employees of Diddy had to do in order to kind of, one, keep their job, and two, just kind of how the workflow was. But essentially, he was given a bunch of tasks that he had to complete for his interview. He said he actually dropped off
All right, Poochie.
all his
Catch you
requirements
tomorrow, Poochie. Make sure you pull up on me. Good night.
that he had to do for this interview in order to get this job, to a woman named Dia. He said that he did this like on a Monday and finished everything up. And I guess Dia had mentioned that normally it takes like prospective employees like a week to do this thing, but David James was one, he was ready to go essentially. And so Diddy himself ended up kind of getting in onto the job interview and asking David James why he would make a good personal assistant. And David James said something along the lines of, "I'm not worried about yesterday, I'm focused on today." And then he kind of did a play on words to Diddy's song Can't Stop Won't Stop, and that was something that David James
would not put some words to Diddy's Can't Stop Won't Stop. Take that
conveyed to Diddy himself. Then we start to get like some exhibit photos of just some other employees that we had previously seen in the exhibit, such as Capricorn Clark. She was the former director of communications for Sean John. That was Diddy's fashion line. But he said that his actual supervisor at the time was Dia, who was the chief of staff at that time. And he said his responsibilities as a personal assistant were essentially to operate for the chairman of a company. He said it was also to travel with Diddy. He said that his job duties included arriving at Diddy's home.
Man, dude got a tissue up there. Is he wiping sweat, or did Diddy make a grown man cry? Lord, have mercy.
Diddy even wakes up. He would compile a bunch of different documents. He would get together Diddy's business schedule for the day. He would get together press clippings, any type of press that had mentioned Diddy's name that he would kind of help compile together. Then he said his job was honestly to wake Diddy up as well too, wait for him to be done with breakfast, and then from breakfast they go with security. And then they would just be on the move. They would either go to...
He be rich for no reason. Diddy got people hired basically to just wake him up. Man, you better buy you an alarm clock. It's a lot cheaper.
Dinner later on during that evening.
Just blowing money.
They would go to the studio, and a lot of people have been mentioning a lot of stuff at the studio. Obviously, he was like this mega producer / rapper / executive. So, you know, the studio is always kind of mentioned as far as being a little bit of Diddy's home away from home, essentially, and said that he couldn't leave, he being David James, couldn't leave until he got the call time to be in the next day, and that call time would come in at night. But he said he worked pretty long hours. You know, if it wasn't 5 days a week, 6 days a week, it was 7 days a week. So he says he's working essentially 7 days a week, one time 3 weeks straight.
Yeah, that's what we need. Yeah, go make that happen, Penny. You know what I'm saying? Write your pen, pal. You know, Luigi, you know, him and Diddy, they in the same jail. Maybe we can get a 2-for-1. We can get both of them.
Which was a lot of time, but he says that he got overtime. He said his pay around that time was $70,000. Given that time frame, that's a pretty substantial amount of money, I guess. But he was asked about kind of writers for hotel rooms were different than writers for TV appearances, and writers are essentially just everything that the artist, the person who's going to be interviewed, needs stocked into, I guess, in the hotel in one perspective, but also for TV appearances in those dressing rooms. So they didn't touch too much on the hotel aspect, but I think, again, the prosecution kind of amping it up for what might be later to come. Then he was asked about just other members of the staff, such as security and their roles. The security's roles were to protect Diddy, his family, his property. He mentioned names like Uncle Paulie, D-Rock, Big Tim, Bonds, some familiar names that we had all heard about in other people's testimony. David James was asked about security carrying legal weapons. He said that Uncle Paulie carried a knife, that security didn't carry illegal weapons, and that security at one point told David James to kind of stay in his lane and not get...
Yeah, reading books. I covered them, the $20 an hour t-shirt wearers. I covered them yesterday.
Too into the weeds of everything that they were doing. Then they started kind of really just familiarizing other people amongst his staff, such as a person named Amanda. Then we saw an exhibit.
I ain't gonna lie to you, Gillian. They always tell me it's too early to know, but I most definitely feel like he got a shot. I didn't think he had a shot at first, but I most definitely, from these couple of first testimonies, feel like Diddy got a shot at walking, because they ain't proved none of the stuff yet that they got him charged for. What does all this got to do with his charges? Where are the underage people in the people caught in traffic? Let's talk about it, D-boy. That's what everybody's saying.
Photo of Chef Jordan, who is Diddy's personal chef, someone who, again, we expect to be testifying very, very soon. Then David James was asked about Diddy's girlfriends, and I was expecting to hear him say just Cassie's name, but he didn't say just Cassie's name. He named other people, such as Sarah, such as Tara, such as Yana, and then Cassie during his time working with Diddy. And so then they started kind of getting into Cassie, of course, and they were asking how David James had met Cassie. That was at Diddy's Miami home, that Diddy had rented a yacht during this time.
And remember, right now they talking about the testimony that his personal assistant gave today.
To essentially kind of impress Cassie around this time frame. I didn't get down the date as far as when this was, but I imagine it's probably around that 2007, 2008, 2009 time period, because that was the time that David James was working with Diddy. But as far as his conversations...
Gillian says, Mahel, bet. If he walk, I will give you $100, but I don't think he gonna walk. Okay, I bet. Just give me $100 anyway, Gillian. Forget a bet. Just here you go, man. I appreciate it.
Cassie, the first ones had happened in Star Island.
Now look, Cassie, look who has entered the building. Oh, that ain't her. That's Tanisha. Hey, what's up, Tanisha? My bad. Good morning, Mahel. Listening while getting ready for work. Go get that paper, girl.
Cassie and actually Carrie Morgan, so everything's kind of intertwining there. That Cassie had said something along the lines of, this lifestyle is crazy, and David James had said, if it's so crazy, why don't you get out? And then Cassie said, because Diddy pays for her car and for her home and kind of helps build her career. Then he recalled another incident another incident where Cassie was telling David James about her album, an album that never came out, but that they were listening to songs. Cassie seemed pretty proud of it, but again, this album never had come out. Then David James was asked about Kim Porter, again, Kim Porter being the mother of some of Diddy's children, and that Kim Porter was referred to as Diddy's queen, whereas Cassie was right where Diddy wanted her to be, and that she was moldable, that Cassie was a moldable person, and then that there were some disagreements about Cassie's career, that she wanted to sing and model and essentially do more for her career, and that's where the direct examination ended today. So I assume when we get back tomorrow morning, that's exactly where they're going to kind of pick up and see how they kind of lay out everything as far as what all he had seen, what he had witnessed, possibly what he had heard. So it'll be interesting to see where his testimony goes tomorrow.
Look, again, like you said, the inner workings of this enterprise and the people who help facilitate it, very important for racketeering. Plus, anytime you're listening to employees who work these long hours, maybe against their will, you're thinking of forced labor, which again is one of those predicate underlying crimes that, you know, the prosecution is asserting to prove racketeering conspiracy. I did think it's really interesting that Cassie had allegedly said to him, why don't you leave? Well, he pays for everything for me, and he's Sean Diddy Combs, not I'm in fear for my life, I can't leave.
Exactly. See, even the dude from Law and Crime, he's seeing through it. He's saying, like, you got to understand that working is everything. Why didn't you leave? Because he pays for everything for me. He does all of this, but he didn't make you, right? He, basically you never said. He said he gonna beat me to a buddy plump if I leave. He threatened. None of that. Only you didn't leave because he was paying for everything. Remember, in court, wording is everything.
Sean Diddy Combs, not I'm in fear for my life, I can't leave, I'm scared of what happens. That's an important point that I'm curious if the jury picked up on. Listen, Elizabeth Milner, thank you so much for the incredible detail, the play-by-play of what happened for each of the witnesses today. We will continue to be covering this trial every day, and Elizabeth will be in there every day. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Great seeing you.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right. So that was it. It took long. It took forever. But we got all the way down through there as far as all the events that took place in court today. With Dunn, being cross-examined, and the friend, Cassie's best friend, Carrie, taking the stand, as well as Diddy's ex-person that did everything for him. I forget the name of it. I done forgot it that fast. dang, helper or whatever we can call him, the help. All right, so we got through all of that, you know, which means we fresh and caught up. Tomorrow we'll most definitely cover what they do tomorrow. But as for today, she doesn't have Stockholm syndrome. I haven't heard them bring that up, but social media has been saying that. The chat has been saying that. Did Gene ever take the stand? No, he did not. He was there, but he didn't take the stand. He's going to be an example. How Paranormal says Diddy is going to be made an example out of. She don't care what nobody say. Tanisha, no Miami yet either. Did he walked out? A news person said he never came out. Well, Gene was I just showed where he did an interview with somebody when he was walking outside of the courthouse. They said that I guess they said, oh, there's Gene Deal, like he had been inside and then came out and they was all leaving. They did a quick interview. He was most definitely there, but he didn't take no stand. So I don't know. I don't know if he walked out. All right, which leads me to this one here, man. Tony Busby gave a pop-up interview with Piers Morgan, and basically Piers Morgan and two lawyers spoke on whether they felt like Diddy was gonna beat this or if he was going to jail. Let's see what they talking about over here on Piers Morgan.
To me is this idea of this mythical for allegation that sexual needs are
drag, kick and punch his ex-girlfriend Cassie Ventura. Well, much of the evidence so far has been damning as prosecutors build their case that he was the kingpin in a criminal enterprise responsible for sex trafficking and racketeering. But despite that, some people believe the drastic nature of the charges could mean that Diddy will sensationally walk free.
Some people feel like Diddy might get off of it. That was what y'all was just asking me. This is what Pierce thinks.
In a moment, I'll talk to Matthew Fletcher, the former lawyer of Suge Knight, and Ben Chu, who successfully represented Johnny Depp. But we begin with a man who finds himself at the center of the Diddy scandal. Lawyer Tony Busby filed...
Oh, Tony Busby, y'all. Look at Tony, boy. Tony got that money. But Tony done muddied his reputation as a lawyer, man. You know, with him not being able, he can't even practice law where Diddy is at. You know, look at Tony. Oh, Tony Busby. Let's see what he's talking about.
Multiple lawsuits on behalf of alleged Diddy victims, but has recently been hit with an extortion suit by Jay-Z and accused of, quotes, targeting...
I thought that was Miss Fat. That's the style right there. They put some water on it and then comb it, part it down the middle. You know, that's what they do. They go.
Black men.
He looked like he just, his hair, he looked like he just jumped out the shower.
Those quotes. Well, he joins me now. Tony Busby, thank you very much for coming back to Uncensored. A lot has happened since you last appeared on this show. Let's start, first of all, with the fact that when we last spoke, you said you were representing 120 further alleged victims of Sean Diddy Combs in civil suits spanning 20 years.
We need 5 more subscribers, y'all, to be at 26K. If you're in the building and not subscribed to this channel, make sure you subscribe. We 5 subscribers away from 26K. Let's go.
With victims as young as 9, 14 and 15. Now, in March, you announced you were dropping 15 of these cases.
Ball and say, do Tony Busby got jail or Diddy juice in his hair? Lord have mercy. Or some baby oil. I don't know. What's up, Gina?
After Diddy's attorneys argued you weren't authorized to practice in the Southern District of New York. So just explain, before we go any further, explain what's happened there.
Yeah, typically when you're a licensed lawyer in New York and you're accepted in one of the federal districts, it's by reciprocity, you're accepted in the others. Well, they challenged that. And so they filed grievances against me and basically attacking my ability to practice in the Southern District of New York. And that is being sorted out. And while it's being sorted out, I withdrew from about 12 to 15 cases, but still represent those people. Those cases are still ongoing, still being represented by my firm and our local New York counsel. So I would call that a sideshow. Much ado about nothing, and we're working through it.
You've had a lot of time, obviously, since we last spoke to really, I guess, go over all the individual stories of the 100.
This is Tony Busby. He just said he dropped 15 of his cases that he had against Diddy. 15 of them are gone.
20 as it was then alleged victims. Have you now narrowed down that number to cases that you believe are incontrovertible? Are they all, in your estimation, incontrovertible? What's the sort of credibility looking like with each of these cases now?
I'll tell you where we are now. We have 40 cases that are filed. We have 60 to 70 that will be filed in other jurisdictions. Remember, we were trying to make the limitations period that existed in the state of New York. So the rest of the cases that will be filed in other states, primarily in California. But the number's about still the same. Some people, because of these various sideshows and controversy, have dropped out, but still around 100 people who allege that Diddy assaulted them in some way. And as I've been receiving reports on this trial as it goes forward, one thing that has struck me is that the evidence and the factual circumstances are very consistent with what these plaintiffs have alleged. So we've been watching this criminal trial very closely, as you might imagine, and have watched this go forward, and it's striking to me, the allegations that are being made and some of the testimony that came out with Cassie and some of the testimony coming out today, very consistent with what these plaintiffs in the civil cases have been alleging.
And what is the sort of modus operandi consistent pattern that you're seeing?
What I'm seeing is there's obviously a lot of violence involved, a lot of threats involved. Some of these counts, specifically transportation to engage in prostitution.
Tony say giving his expertise.
That keeps coming out over and over. But also the implicit and then actually explicit threats that are made toward.
Let me see where we at. We need 4 more subscribers, y'all. If you're not subscribed, subscribe to the channel, man. 4 subscribers away from 26K. Subscribe. Right now, we're hearing from Tony Busby, y'all. A name that y'all been hearing all over this Diddy case. We're hearing from Tony Busby himself. Talk about how he feels about what's going on in the courtroom.
Towards individuals after this conduct ends. You won't say anything. You won't do anything about this. I mean, that has jumped out at me. I've also been watching the commentators. People have been seizing upon this word and that word and saying, oh, look here, that proves that there was no coercion because Cassie, allegedly voluntarily participated in this activity. And I think one of the things that hasn't come out and hasn't been discussed that I think needs to be discussed is this idea of trauma bonding. When someone is in a long-term relationship.
All right, he bringing up some of the stuff that I've been hearing y'all bring up. This trauma bonding, I guess is real. Continue to double tap that screen, get the likes up, and most definitely subscribe if you're new, man.
And they have been allegedly abused. People have a hard time wrapping their head around the fact that why would they continue in the relationship? Why would they go back? And that's
what I've been asking the whole time. Inform me, Tony.
Classic trauma bonding. There's other names for it. When people are kidnapped, you've heard about Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah.
Heard about battered wife syndrome.
He brought up everything these women been over here saying. Stockholm, battered woman, all of that. Okay.
What I have seen, we had somebody there during the opening statements, and of course we've been receiving real-time updates every day of the testimony, and that has jumped out at me time and time again, is that this idea of trauma bonding and these commentators who have seized upon certain snippets.
Trauma bonding.
It's of text and so forth, where they talk about, well, look, Cassie was voluntarily participating in this. I don't see it that way, and I'm not sure the jury will see it that way either.
The other thing that's happened with you personally since we spoke is that in February, you withdrew a lawsuit against Sean Diddy Combs and Jay-Z, which alleged the rape of a 13-year-old girl in 2000. The anonymous plaintiff.
He done brought up the Jay-Z where that woman was lying on Jay-Z allegedly. I'm just saying. Pierce asking him the right questions. Let's go.
Referred to as a Jane Doe, voluntarily withdrew the case, the court records show. Now, in that lawsuit, she'd initially alleged that she would...
Reading book says Cassie was a consenting participant. All right, let's go. Please forgive my hair. He's been in a healthy relationship for 20 years. He don't understand trauma bonding. I don't.
Offered a ride to a party at a private residence by
I'm trauma bonded.
limo driver for Combs following the MTV Video Music
I
Awards.
trauma bond with YouTube every day. It's toxic on here. I still be on here. We trauma bonded.
In 2000. Now, as a result of those claims, Jay-Z came out fighting. He filed a lawsuit against you personally. He said that you and the Jane Doe, the accuser, were soullessly motivated by greed in abject disregard of the truth and the most fundamental precepts of human decency. The filing claimed the woman voluntarily admitted to Jay-Z's representative that he did not assault her, and that you, Tony Busby, had pushed her to go forward with a false narrative of the assault by Mr. Carter, Jay-Z, in order to leverage a maximum payday. And he went on to say this further about you. Busby directed his employees to edit Wikipedia pages to enhance Busby's image and damage Mr. Carter's and Rock Nation's reputations. What is your response to all this?
You said a great mouthful. That's almost every line you stated is false. And all that will be sorted out. And it's all in litigation, as you probably know. I mean, this whole situation with Jay-Z started with him suing me as a John Doe in California, simply because we sent him a letter stating that these are the allegations. We want to sit down and have a talk. And the reaction was thermonuclear. I mean, it was suing me, ultimately suing her, suing my local council in New York, and on and on. And all of that will be sorted out in the courts, and I feel confident about all of that. But again, that's a sideshow to what's going on here. What's really going on is we have 20 years of conduct. You know, when we first came out and said, you know, there's this many people who have called, there's this many people who alleged to be victimized by Sean Diddy Combs, people, you know, raised their eyebrows and said, how is that possible? How could there possibly be that many alleged victims? Well, now I think what we've seen over the last week or so of testimony is that this conduct that's been alleged was happening almost on a daily basis, certainly on a weekly basis. And so it's not surprising or shocking at all that there would be people who would claim to be victimized by this sort of conduct based on the frequency of it.
But do you accept, though, that in Jay-Z's case, the allegations against him from that particular accuser were false?
I think you should talk to or hear what the alleged victim says. And I think I will, you know, I'm a lawyer. Let's be clear. You know, people come to me. I don't go out.
We know you a lawyer. Tony finna go to defending himself. Now, I'm a lawyer. I don't go out looking for people. People come looking for me. I have no reason to lie on anyone. Such as no Jay-Z and them got him tight right now.
Look for clients. I don't need to look for clients. And people come to me and they tell me a situation. I have people vet it. Have other people vet it. We file a case, and the whole purpose of the court system is to sort those things out and to determine whether the individual, what they say is true, just like what is going on in this criminal case. So I'm confident that the courts will sort that out. And rather than attempting to try the case in the public like has been done, I'll be confident to try it in the courts.
So just to be clear on that, are you saying that that case is still active, that those claims against Jay-Z remain active?
I'm saying that the alleged victim has never recanted and continues to say the same thing she said from the day that she called the lawyer that called me. Let's remember, she contacted a different lawyer who vetted her and then sent her to me, and then my office vetted her. So,
Gillian say he lying. He be looking for clients 1-800. You know what I'm saying? Tony Busby. Let's go.
Well, this is not a situation that's been portrayed that we went out and found somebody so we could sue Jay-Z. That's so far from the truth that it's almost laughable. But as just as late as the latest court filing from Jay-Z, he acknowledges that this alleged victim continues to say the same thing she said from the beginning.
If you're struggling with sleepless nights and exhausting days, you might want to try check it. We disagree about up to 40, and your country too. Let's go back to the case involving Diddy Combs. There are two schools of thought. In fact, we have some eminent attorneys joining us who disagree about what's going to happen here. And I guess it's going to come down to what a jury thinks of how much of this was consensual or how much was non-consensual or indeed coercive. And a lot of may rest, of course, on Cassie Ventura's testimony. How do you think she did? Obviously, she's heavily pregnant, which must have made it a very difficult experience for her. But how much of her testimony do you think, if you're a juror listening to all this, what are the sort of very persuasive parts of what she said, and what are the parts that may give you pause for thought?
Well, one of the things I want to point out is none of us, maybe your commentators were, but I certainly wasn't in the courtroom to hear what she had to say. This is a situation in a federal court where they do not allow cameras, so we can't see her testimony and see her body language and hear her tone of voice and that sort of thing. So what we have is commentators who seize on certain things she said, certain things she fails to say, and then try to make a mountain out of it. Let's remember that in a lawsuit, you don't win a case based on one witness or one piece of evidence. Typically, you're building a wall. And one of the things they teach you in law school is a brick is not a wall. Cassie Ventura's testimony is one brick in what I expect to be a very long trial with a lot of bricks attempting to build a wall. People have seized on some of the comments and texts that she sent where she seemed to be voluntarily participating in some of these so-called freakoffs. I would suggest,
I don't know if he backtracking how paranormal. What you think?
If I were the prosecutor, that this is classic trauma bonding, that she is trying to please the individual with whom she's in a relationship. And I would not place a lot of stock in the fact that was not coerced simply because she was acting like she wanted to do it. Now, I didn't sit there and hear the testimony. So that's going to have to be decided by 12 people. And, I made a living over 30 years. I win a lot of cases because I put a lot of faith in the jury. And I try to put the bad evidence and the good evidence and explain why the bad evidence doesn't keep me from winning the case. And I think that's, I know you're going to have commentators who have different points of view, but I think the prosecution is doing the job that it does. And let's remember, we're talking about the federal government. Typically, the federal government does not bring a case unless it has a lock solid case. And I'm assuming that the prosecutors knew the weak points of Cassie's testimony and understood that there would be cross points, and understood that this was going to be watched and poured over with a fine-tooth comb, like I'm sure your commentators will do. But if I'm the prosecutors right now, I'm thinking, okay.
OBI says Cassie was used to show Diddy's violence, control, and anger.
The opening statement laid it out. We have our first key witness who really just demonstrated that there was a lot of violence, a lot of threats, and really explained the nature and shocking nature of some of these so-called freakoffs. And then when you think about the actual claims involved, sex trafficking, obviously that requires coercion or fraud or some sort of force involved. But there's also transportation to engage in prostitution. That would simply be transporting someone across state lines and paying them for sex. That's the Old Man Act that I'm sure you've heard of. So I think the prosecution is starting to build the wall, and I expect there will be a prosecution.
And do you ultimately believe that he is going down for a long time?
I don't want to, I've been very careful. We as you might expect, were contacted by the U.S. Attorney's Office early on in this. They wanted to talk to some of our alleged victims. We made them available to the extent they...
Oh, so they talked to some of your victims and didn't take them none of them.
They wanted to. Some did, most did not, which is not surprising. But so I don't want to jinx it or say yes or no. I mean, I'm confident to whether he is acquitted or he is convicted. It's been done in a professional manner, and I'll be, happy that the court system worked the way it's supposed to.
Okay, Tony Busby, thank you very much indeed. I appreciate you joining our Uncensored again.
So that was Tony Busby, y'all, on his take of what he thinks is going to happen in the Diddy trial. He predicted that Diddy is going to be prosecuted. Yeah, he's going to basically be found guilty. He think Diddy is going up the road. Do you agree with him?
Well, I'm now joined by Ben Chu, the lawyer who served as a co-lead counsel for Johnny Depp in the Amber Heard case, and the former defense attorney who represented Suge Knight, Matthew Fletcher. And interestingly...
Suge Knight lawyer. Well, I'll be.
Gentlemen, I think you both completely disagree here. Matthew, let me start with you. You think this is a case of Diddy being railroaded and that the case is almost borderline farcical. Why do you say that?
Well, good morning. I can tell you why it's farcical to me. Is this idea of this mythical creature that can take ketamine and MDA and booze and then have sex for dozens of days on end and hours, that from a pharmacological standpoint, that's not possible. This idea that Cassie waits 10, 12 years to file a lawsuit and writes a book and then doesn't turn it over to a general publishing group, but sends it to Jay-Z's lawyer and says, by the way, we're going to put this out unless you pay us millions of dollars.
And that's what I brought up to y'all at first about Cassie going to Diddy, trying to get him to buy the rights to that book. And he would not do it. And she said, if you don't, basically, if you don't buy the rights to the book, I'm going to put it out. It's going public. And then she went and filed a lawsuit against him.
Dollars bespeaks the real motives behind this. And let me just say this. Puff is not a good person. He's a bad woman beater and he's a coward. I know the guy. Everybody I know agrees with that. But this is not a case about domestic violence. And you can talk about trauma bonding and any other.
There you go. Okay, well, hey, we might have a good discussion here.
Psychological terms you want to lay on there. But the idea that Cassie had her own apartment, had her own money, had her own extra boyfriends or anything else does not speak to me as a traditional victim that we would see in a case of spousal abuse where this is ongoing. And I'll tell you this, when the prosecution told everyone that P. Diddy urinated in her mouth, that was shocking.
That was pure disgusting.
Daniel Phillip comes on and says, no, actually the person who told me to urinate in her mouth was Cassie. And not only did she tell me that, she gave a tutorial and said, you want to do it slowly to make it last longer. At that point in time, the old adage
and that's why I said it was a lot of what's being said was working in Diddy's favor.
You can't win a trial with the first witness, but you can sure lose a trial. That lost me. Because what you're talking about now is an allegation that this, and I'm going to use its Mandingo stereotype of this crazed black man who's being prosecuted by 5 white women who are saying this man's sexual needs are insatiable and they can have sex for hours and hours and never rest and always ejaculate. That's not true from a pharmacological standpoint. Only. That is absurd. If this was in the 60s or 70s in Mississippi, I think people would be irate. I don't like Sean Combs. That video speaks for itself. The question is, why wasn't he prosecuted for that? The question is, why wasn't he prosecuted for all of these crimes that have allegedly occurred, but we save it all up and we bring it in this case? And to Mr. Busby's point, this idea that the federal government does no wrong in prosecuting people, it's kind of ironic that a Comey is on this case and a Comey also, and he doesn't need my...
He should say, I agree with him.
My advice, but they told us that President Trump was a spy for Russia too. And that was complete BS, and we know that was. And so this idea and concept that the government does no wrong, the federal government does no wrong in bringing cases, I don't think it's true. This is not a strong case. This is a case that if they prosecute it or defend it correctly, and you point out the idea that...
All right, so Jalen says, I guarantee y'all that after all this is over, she's still going to do some kind of book interviews, and I could see even a Lifetime movie. She's gonna make a lot more money. Let's go.
Cassie says Combs raped her, and then she went back to his house. Sometimes
he hit all the points I was hitting. He's saying the same stuff I was saying. If you're new over here, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Double tap that screen, man. Hit that like button. We are still 4 people away from hitting 26K.
Time later, and we're having sex, and then her husband FaceTimed her, and she can't remember if she was actually had that man's genitals in her while she was FaceTiming her husband. That's not believable. It's not believable to me. No one would believe that. And it's just part of
and I'm not going to lie. He touched on a lot of stuff that I've been telling y'all this whole time.
Long line of...
And he a lawyer, and I'm not.
As Busby says, these are bricks. A brick is not a wall, but a brick hits you in the head. Still, a brick still hits you in the head. And like when Cassie says, Combs and his bodyguard went to shoot and kill Suge Knight. That's absurd. Combs is terrified of Suge Knight. Terrified. Has been terrified of him for decades.
So this is Suge Knight's lawyer saying that Puffy is terrified of Suge. Yeah, I don't blame her to write a book. I am sure a juror will write a book. We got many more bricks to go. Let's go.
Going back to a shooting that happened in Atlanta. Combs is not a tough guy. He's not going to jump in a car and go kill Suge Knight in Los Angeles. That's almost laughable. But there's multiple aspects of this case that when you look at factually and practically, it really brings to question, why are we here prosecuting, what was the old adage, sex, drugs, and rock and roll? I'm not saying it's right, but I'm not silly enough to think that there aren't many people who've engaged in sex with rock and roll stars or movie stars and use sex and use drugs. That's never...
And he ain't lying about that either. This has been going on for decades.
Those are never prosecuted.
Okay.
And Cassie says, I paid.
Yeah, no, listen, I just wanted to bring in, Ben has been listening to all that because it was fascinating. I've got to say, the way you talked through all that. Ben, you don't agree. You think Diddy's going down. Why are you certain of that?
Well, I think my colleague makes some excellent points, and obviously this is going to be a very long trial, so there's much to still unfold. I think the purpose of opening with Cassie, of course, is the video. And the video
Tamia says Jay-Z and Diddy are not the same. I understand. Hey man, if you new over here, subscribe to the channel. We need 4 more subscribers to hit 26K. Subscribe, man.
Certainly prepares the jury to conclude that he is capable of committing the crimes for which he's ultimately charged. The problem I had with the cross-examination of Cassie Ventura is this isn't a he said, she said case. There are going to be 3 other women and maybe even another male alleged victim who are going to tell a similar...
3 other women, you know what I'm saying, and potentially a male to testify against Diddy.
Or story. One of the second witness has already corroborated another alleged beating of Cassie Ventura. So that's the problem. And I think the government will have... It's not that the government can do no wrong. Obviously, we have seen it do wrong in some cases. But I think the point is that the government would not have brought this indictment if it did not have evidence.
Right. I mean, the track record of the federal government in cases like this is almost, it's inevitable that he goes down. It's like 99% hit rate, right? But they do occasionally get it wrong. But most of the time, if the feds bring a case like this, they win. I mean, isn't that the likelihood here, just on stats alone?
100%. I mean, the prosecution conviction rate of the federal government is in 99 percentiles, greater than the odds of being convicted if you're in Russia. Doesn't change the facts that in each case, that sometimes you get defense attorneys who know what they're...
I heard Steve Harvey name being brought up, too.
...doing, and know how to fight it and understand it and take them on. And in this case, what the prosecution is doing is saying that's a bad, mean, violent guy. Look at all of the bad things he does. And they're playing to the stereotype, and they're doing it covertly, but it's fairly obvious to those of us of a certain persuasion that you're arguing that this is a sex-crazed black man who has to get his craven desires administered to on a daily basis. So they set up an entire record company for the purposes of being able to entice Cassie Ventura into having sex. That's baloney, but that's what they're doing. And they can bring on multiple people they've had sex with. And all they're proving is, you know what, there's a secret. There's sex workers in the world, and there's people who frequent sex workers, but that doesn't really go to the issue. This is a RICO prosecution that was ideally brought to take down the mafia. Sean Diddy Combs is a guy who's a woman beater. and they should have prosecuted him for it. And there's no question about it. But you're telling me with a straight face this is a human slave white slave act case? There's no one who was brought here against their will. Cassie had every choice she wanted to make.
All right, we got Ro in the building. He say my, or she says my. It's so many victims. Why none of them came out till now? That's the question everybody's been asking.
They talk about Kid Cudi. Go be with him. Talk about Michael B. Jordan. You know, the reality is this was an incredibly attractive woman, and she was in great demand and had many opportunities to have people. She chose that lifestyle, and I'm not in any way.
Well, as we're talking, actually, Matthew, I want to bring Ben back here because Dawn Richard, the Danity Kane singer, has been on the stand today and recalled an incident in 2009 where
they talking about Dunn now.
Witnessed Diddy hit Ventura with a skillet and then allegedly threatened both Richard and Ventura. Richard testified, he said you could go missing, that we could die. I was shocked but also scared. She said she saw Combs carrying a handgun. She said Combs' bodyguards had guns.
Belinda said Cassie, she was oh, Lord, have mercy.
Guns too, keeping them on their lower back. I mean, to Matthew's point, Ben, I mean, he's obviously a very bad guy. He's obviously a woman beater. We've seen that with the video. He likes guns. He likes to threaten people, all of these things. But in terms of what the feds have actually gone after him for, racketeering, sex trafficking, and so on, Matthew makes a good point. This was set up for the mafia. This was the kind of stuff that when Rudy Giuliani tried to go after the mob, this is how they did it. And some people
do. Well, the forum says she chose. Good girls love bad boys. Okay.
You think that they've just overreached in what they're going for him for on this. And for that...
Well, we've been needing them FOMO subs for about 30 minutes now. We need FOMO subscribers to hit 26K. Go ahead and subscribe if you're in the bushes hating.
Reason alone, a jury might be persuaded to acquit.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think Matthew and you both make excellent points, and that may be what ultimately happens. But we're at the beginning of a very long trial. And one of the things, as Matthew knows, is if you're a prosecution or if you're just putting on any kind of case, you want to keep the jury interested. So there'll be sensational testimony, as we've begun with sensational testimony that prepares the jury for the idea that maybe this isn't a good guy. And there's going to be some technical testimony going through the elements of the crimes for which he is charged. Now, if that's not there, if they don't have the receipts...
All right, this Johnny Depp lawyer right here.
There could be an...
Suge Knight lawyer, Johnny Depp lawyer.
Well, and there could be an overreaching, but I think the prosecution is still very early on in its case. So I think we have to wait and see.
Case.
And Ben, do you see
There's
any...
something very interesting.
Sorry, just 1 sec, Matthew, I'll go back to you. Ben, just to bring in, when you were on the Johnny Depp, Amber Heard case, do you see any parallels here? In particular, perhaps, how a jury might be moved by what they hear?
Well, I think these are very different cases. That was Mr. Depp's case, civil case for defamation. So I don't see the parallel so much here.
But in terms of how a jury can be not manipulated, but perhaps led down certain thought processes, do you think? I mean, star power cannot be ignored, I think, in these cases.
No, I think that's right, and that's why I think you have to, in other words, if you're representing Diddy, you're going to have to counter that, and you're going to have to. I think he's going to have to testify as a practical matter. Criminal defendants usually don't, but I think with the video and the other testimony, I think he's going to have to come out and counter the narrative and be penitent for that, even if that's not what he's being tried for. I think he needs to put that before the jury.
Yeah, and Matthew, finally, to you on that point, would you, if you were advising Diddy, would you tell him to testify?
Diddy's horrible.
Will Diddy take the stand?
In cross-examination, when he was working with Johnny Cochran back in his original case of shooting, he comes off horrendously. And one quick point I want to make, if I may, This issue of consent and coercion, and the judge made a very big ruling last week when he agreed that they are going to show the videos, or some of the videos. And I've been told that Cassie is either a tremendous actress or she's actually having climaxes or orgasms. It's the when Harry met Sally argument. If that woman literally is on video having sex freely, and if what I've been told is true, that makes a real big issue as to whether or not this was coerced. It's a bad situation in retrospect, and she may be a wonderful witness today. And similar to Amber Heard, from what I've been told, she turns to the jury and speaks to them, which jurors hate. And prosecutors and lawyers always make the mistake of, now turn to the jury and talk to them. It's not natural. And so I see the similarities in that context. But this whole idea and concept that we're going to go back and Monday morning quarterback a person's sex scenes is open. They certainly leaves open the question that she enjoyed certain portions of it, and then that really goes to the heart of the case. If part was consensual, they have to go down on it. But my understanding, there's no way, to answer your point, that Diddy's testifying. And the more they play that video, it kind of works in the favor of the defense because the jurors get desensitized to it. It's horrendous. It's bad. In Suge Knight's case, we played the video over and over of the young man being ran over by the car, because after a while, it's just making sausage.
Wow.
It's shocking when you first see it, but when you work there, it's not that bad. But, you know, unless something changes drastically, my understanding is Diddy would come off horribly, in my opinion.
Fascinating. I've got to leave it there. Matthew, Ben, both, thank you very much indeed.
All right, you know what I'm saying? So we heard from two prominent attorneys, you know, about how they feel about this whole situation, man. We walked down Diddy facing more heat as Dunn took the stage today. She most definitely finished off her testimony. They said that the defense walked her down, you know, basically ran her down through there when it came time for cross-examination. And then Cassie's friend KK, aka Carrie, took the stand and told about things that went on that she witnessed with Diddy, you know, and Cassie. And then they said that the defense walked her down, you know, as well, and his own personal former assistant took the stand today and testified over some of the stuff that he has seen, you know. So we see people popping out, testifying, you know, in this situation. I heard that we supposed to have Audrey, you know. I heard something about Bieber, you know, not taking the stand, but basically coming out and saying something about he was harmed at the hands of Diddy too. I don't know how true that is. I'm gonna have to do some more research on that. But I most definitely ran across it today. We most definitely they put out all the pictures of the male ex-workers, you know what I'm talking about, who were attendees of these freakoffs. And they put out all of their pictures today, you know what I'm saying? All the men that done laid down with Cassie, they put them all out there, you know what I'm saying? Every one of them, you know, as far as we know. So yeah, man, they was dropping bombshells in court today. These are the guys right here that were in these freakoffs with Diddy and Cassie, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Just some of the people that they have put out there so far, you know what I'm saying? So this case got a lot of twists and turns in it. I don't think they have proved the racketeering nor the coercion nor none of that stuff they talking about. I think so far the only thing they have proved is Diddy's got a violent streak, you know, basically guilty of DV. That's all I've been hearing about so far. So we'll have to keep in tune, keep watching, see what's going on. You know, who's next to testify? We got a old dude, Johnny Depp lawyer, say he believes it's 3 more females and 1 male that's supposed to come out and testify against Diddy, man. The ultimate question is, will Diddy take the stand in his own defense? Let me end this poll. All right, so out of a poll of 411 votes tonight, I asked, will Diddy walk? 63% said no, and 36% of y'all said yes. So y'all don't feel like so far, even with all of this stuff that I be feeling like is working in Diddy's favor, y'all don't see him walking away from this. Y'all see him going to jail. It's all good. I'm with y'all. All right, so my hair getting ready to check. You better know it, Gilly. Yeah, man. Tanisha say, I do think they need Justin and Usher testimony. Well, they gonna have to subpoena them in the court. These industry folks is just nasty. I'm glad I live a simple country life. Ballin'. All we need is our chickens. All right, man. Y'all do what y'all do. Another thing, will Diddy take the stand? We don't know yet. Y'all know in the pregame, when this first started, Diddy was asking for a speedy trial and said he couldn't wait to take the stand on his own behalf. So he might hit the stand. We don't know yet. You know what I'm saying? Nor do we know exactly who these next couple of people are supposed to be that hit the stand, but they most definitely gonna hit it. We gonna most definitely keep an eye on it. You know, I fulfilled everything in my in my title as well as my thumbnail. I most definitely ran down the whole situation with Dunn taking the stand today, you know, and basically pointing the finger at Diddy and saying he did this and he did that. And not only does she have not only is she testifying in the Fed trial, she's also testifying, and I mean not testifying, but she also got her own lawsuit against Diddy in civil court. So we most definitely be seeing how that go. But as far as me, I did everything I told y'all I was gonna do. It's now 4 o'clock in the morning, man. It's time to get up off this thing. I hope you enjoyed the show. You know what I'm saying? I hope you pull up tomorrow, 12 a.m. Central Standard Time. I might just go live 2 times tomorrow. We need to get these folks subscribers ASAP so I can be at 26K. So I might pop out a little bit earlier and do my show that I do at night. Man, we might just go live and see who pull up, you know, as the trial is going on in the daytime, you know, early in the morning, 12, 1 o'clock. Pop in, see what y'all got going. See if we can't snatch up these next 4 subscribers so we can be at 26K. Yeah, man, I hope y'all enjoyed the show. I gave y'all my all. I'm tired. It's time to get up off here. Like I said, man, shout out to anybody that sent the super chat, a super sticker. If you thought about me and wanted to bless my game directly and hit my cash out, know that I appreciate you. Shout out to anybody that copped the membership, anybody that gifted memberships. Know that I appreciate you. You know what I'm saying? I'm most definitely nothing without y'all. Shout out to the new subscribers. Shout out to the old subscribers. Shout out to everybody that pulls up to check out the show on a night-to-night basis. I am grateful for you all. And with that being said, y'all stay safe out there, man. Keep your head on the swivel. You never know what's going on, what's going to go on. And remember, we in here Monday through Thursday, 12 o'clock a.m. Central Standard Time until I get tired or run out of content. If YouTube don't send you your notification, know that you can pull up on me Monday through Thursday at 12 a.m. Central Standard Time. You don't need a notification as long as you know where I'm at. And with that being said, y'all stay safe. Once again, keep your head on the swivel. You never know what's going to go on out there. And with that being said, Sidewalk Gang, checking out. I see y'all tomorrow at 12 a.m. Central Standard Time. Pull up on me. I'm gone.